X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit line all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething torment they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You've seen now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
All right, everybody. Hopefully you guys can actually hear me. I'm gonna go ahead and pop out the feed because for some reason the chat lagged out and wouldn't live scroll. And was making me manually scroll to see new chat messages, which is cringe. Alright. Hello, everybody. It's good to see you guys. So the stream is now dropped down to 0 kilobits. I've been having... No, it is not stream side. It is not on YouTube side. This is my internet. Less so my internet, my landlord's internet. Since I moved to Seattle, I've had to rent vacation rentals because I don't make enough money to like outright rent a super expensive like proper house rental in this economy. So usually when you buy rent a vacation rental, you get whatever internet you get. Can't change it, can't fix it. Hardly you certainly can't access the modem to like reset it. So it's kind of fucked, you know. I've had my internet go out a lot. I've had it go out for days at a time. Yeah, no, stream is choppy for everybody. This is straight up my internet. I'm probably going to end up having to cancel stream again, which sucks because how can I afford to move to a place that has better internet if I can't stream? Which I've been I've been sick the last couple days. This is my first stream in a few days. And then the internet going out is a pretty common occurrence. I'm gonna wait and see if it can recover. It almost certainly won't, but I'm gonna wait. I don't know if you guys can understand what I'm saying, like how much of this gets cut out or chops out or whatever. Reinstall Windows? No. I have shitty Comcast boomer internet. Because it's my landlord's internet service. Turn it off and back on? Oh, I can't even access like the modem and stuff. That's downstairs in the landlord's unit. It's pretty common with vacation rentals that you're gonna have like not the best internet, not the most ideal internet for streaming at least, which is unfortunate because like, fuck. Yeah, it's looking like I'm gonna have to cancel. Yeah, I can't get to it to unplug it and plug it back in. If that would be a solution, which it wouldn't be a solution because it's just that the internet service here sucks. Yeah, it's looking like I'm gonna have to just stream earlier in the day because the internet pretty much goes out like this around this time every night. Like pretty much every night the internet goes out around this time, and I can't really stream or screen share on Discord because the internet service gets so bad. I guess I'm gonna have to cancel and just do morning streams. Like, I can only stream in the morning because that's the only time the internet will be stable enough. No, it is not any of your internet, chat. It is not any of your internet. It is on my end, okay? It's not on any of your ends. It is my end exclusively. I was on the road driving home as I tuned in, and I had to double check this wasn't my service. Yes, please, stop checking if it's your service, chat. This is my internet fucking up. This is between my connection and YouTube fucking up. You guys are all good. You don't need to refresh anything. You guys don't have to, like, do any hard work to fix anything on your end. You're all good. This is, if anything, a waiting game until I either see that thing turn green or I end up canceling stream. Oh, that rhymed. Hell yeah. Bars. But yeah, I'll give it 10 minutes. I'll give it 10 minutes. Technically, it'll be 13 minutes. But yeah, we'll see. You're suffering. My job depends on having good internet. If I don't get good internet enough to stream, I don't get to eat. What do you mean you're suffering, dog? DDoS or bad internet? Almost certainly not a DDoS. People who hate me would come to my house with guns or send a SWAT team before they would send, like, a packet bomb to try to destroy my internet. Like, I would have been swatted before I would have been, DDoSed, for sure. Zan, can't you try restarting OBS, lol? If I do, it will completely... It'll completely destroy the stream. As in, like, literally I have to completely restart the entire process of scheduling a stream and getting one ready, which I don't have enough breath or patience to explain how long and arduous the process to schedule a stream is. But, it's quite awful. Can't access the modem? Dog. Okay, I'm a small content creator, alright? I am not rolling in the big stacks, okay? When I move across the country, my money options, my living options are quite limited. So I elected to pick a much more affordable vacation rental property, which means the landlord downstairs, it is his internet service that I'm connected to. Come on, Seattle? Oh, you better believe, like, proper shit is expensive, yeah. It's almost entirely stopped for you? For me, it's still showing as red, but the kilobits per second looks pretty high, so I'm just gonna keep waiting and see if it fixes itself. It's clear now? Let's see if it goes to green. Hasn't dropped yet? Alright. Yeah, I've never once had Comcast until like getting to Seattle, and it's been off. My internet experience in Seattle has been a fucking nightmare. First, I moved into that tiny house that was pretty much perfect. I had very like iffy chances of having hot water, but frankly, I can enjoy a cold shower. I can endure an ice cold shower. So the hit or miss hot water heater wasn't a big deal in the tiny house. But the literally not being able to stream because the internet was so bad was a deal breaker, okay? Hot water, not necessary. High-speed internet, very fucking necessary, okay? I will live without hot water a million times over before I will live without internet, okay? Because with internet, I can do things that will help me afford hot water, but not the other way around. Yeah, there's no buffering. That's good to hear. So, the last... Oh, okay, it just went to green. Let's go! I think we did it. Chat, I think we're good. I think we're good. It just turned green. Let's see if it stays there. Hold on. I'm watching it. Stay green, motherfucker. That's right. Solid green. That's how I want you to stay the whole stream. I don't know what happened. I don't know if, like, Comcast was getting fucked with or something, but damn. Alright, feels good to be back. Jesus. Nice. We're in the green. Anyway, as I was saying, the last couple days, I have not made any content. And the reason for that is that I was sick. The day before yesterday, like in the evening, I got home from something I'm going to tell you guys about in a minute, and I just didn't feel so good. And I spent a lot of Hey, Hawkon. Hey, Pillow. I spent a lot of time. Alex, do me a favor. Next time you see Ethan, ask, what do you know? Okay. And refuse to elaborate. I'll also refuse to elaborate. Okay, no, but seriously, fuck, what was I talking about? Yeah, so I get home, my stomach hurts, and I'm in some serious pain. I spend the entire, like, evening and day, and last day, running back and forth from my bathroom, from, like, my computer chair to my bathroom to the shower, and then getting dressed and going back to my computer chair. I was not having a good time, folks. I was just not having a good time, alright? And it was an unfortunate day and a half, roughly. However, prior to that very unfortunate day and a half, I had my editor visit from out of town. And I took my editor to the range to learn how to shoot. It was pretty cool. I don't have any video of that. However, what I do have video of is me shooting at the range. Yes, no, day before yesterday. I got to shoot a Beretta M9 for the first time. I have to say, I am a big, unironic fan of Beretta handguns. I've shot quite a few Beretta handguns so far. Not quite a few, but like they're the majority of handguns that are from a specific brand that I have shot, or a specific model that I have shot. Beretta has been the source of most of them, and I've really liked them. Like, I don't know, they just feel nice in my hand. And this is my first time shooting the Beretta M9, and I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys what it was like. Yeah, no lag now. The lag should be fixed. Alright. Oh yeah, let me pause the music. There we go. Alright. So here's me shooting the Beretta M9 for the first time. I want to get more practice in. No sound? Oh, you can't hear? Oh yeah, it's because I don't have it set to be able to capture the audio. You'll have to do without the audio. I'm sorry. It jammed there. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. Fun. I definitely want to take more people to the range and teach them how to shoot. It was really fun. It was really, really fun. Yeah, basically pew, 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 pew is the noise that it made. I want to go? Would you guys watch? Oh god, my nose is itching. Love streamer nose itch. It literally, my nose only ever itches this way when I'm live or recording a video. This doesn't happen when I'm not live. Like, every word that I say makes my nose itch more. I don't know why. Yeah, no, absolutely. I would do a video where I teach you how to shoot a gun a pillow. That'd be dope. It's a lot of fun teaching someone who's never shot a gun how to shoot, like, for the first time, because the look on their face, oh my god. The look on a person's face after they've shot a gun for the very first time is wild. It's so entertaining. There's no more entertaining of a face than the one you see after someone turns around and looks at you after they've just shot their first round out of a gun for the first time in their life. Oh, hell yeah, Pillow. Zan doing a stream teaching all of his trans homies how to pew-pew. Yeah, I should do that. I should do a thing where I teach every trans person I know that doesn't know how to shoot just the basics. I'm no expert, for sure. I'm not going to teach you how to be like a crack shot, god tier, ace shooter or anything like that. But, I mean, I can certainly prepare someone to shoot their first shot safely and effectively, and to be able to go to the range safely and have a good time and practice and get better. Let's go. I definitely want to do a video like that. I think it'd be a fun one, because it would also be pretty informative for people that watch me that might consider getting themselves a gun, you know? And you want to be safe about it, right? Safety is the most important rule of gun safety. I don't know. I'm high. Which I am not when I shoot guns. No weed before I go to the range. I don't even take my vape with me to the range. I take my nicotine vape with me to the range, but I don't take the weed one. Yeah, don't shoot guns on any substances like weed or alcohol. Just generally not the best idea. I elect not to. Don't blast while blasted? True. Oh, here's some extra news. I almost forgot to mention this. Some bad news I got at the beginning of that day before me and my editor went to the range. I, back in 2019, got a false strike on my channel. I was covering... It was a live stream VOD that I had get striked falsely, with YouTube claiming that I had engaged in hate speech. It was a video where I dunk on geeks and gamers for making like hundreds of videos on Brie Larson. YouTube flagged the video, and I permanently got my warning taken away and had a strike on my channel that never goes away, because it was my warning, falsely, for hate speech on my channel for years. A couple months ago, I was able to get the strike removed. I was able to get it removed by just, like, adding YouTube creators on Twitter and starting a bunch of shit. And they actually got rid of it. Rewind to a couple days ago, I checked my YouTube homepage, and I've got a pop-up saying, "You have received a strike, and you have now lost your warning." Just the other day. Literally not even 2 months after getting my warning back. Another false strike. For guess what? Hate speech. Once again, another false strike for hate speech. This video that got striked, however, so I'll go ahead and I'll show you. I sent in an appeal, of course, and they rejected it. A lot faster than the video's actual length, of course. Like, it's mathematically impossible for a human to have watched it in that amount of time, obviously. We know how YouTube works. So, yeah. Zan takes on the Nazi debate horde mode on Omegle. So they claim that this is like hate speech, and obviously this is because YouTube has very particular filters set up that protect large right-wing channels from the blatant hate speech, like the Nazi diatribes they go on in their channels, don't get them striked because they're protected. But if I play that same video on my channel, I will be liable to get a strike for hate speech, because my channel doesn't have the protections conservative channels do. Now, you may be thinking, Zan, how do you know that conservative channels have protections on them? And the reason for that is these massive media corporations have admitted it. Prior to Elon buying Twitter, Twitter outright admitted that if they applied their TOS fairly to both the left and the right, they would literally ban the vast majority of conservatives, including the politicians, off their platform, because every other tweet they make violates TOS for hate speech. So, because hate speech is the, personal beliefs of many conservatives, they have to amend the TOS and how it's applied to conservatives, or effectively, yeah, the TOS would just effectively ban conservatism. So there are actually protections in the moderation algorithms for conservatives. So if I bring a Nazi onto my stream and debate them, then the automated system is very likely to tag me as someone spreading hate speech, because I'm not a large right-wing figure with the same protections that, say, Steven Crowder or Tim Pool or even, I don't know, fucking Black Pigeon Speaks had, right? Now, the funny thing about this, though, is, now you might just say, okay, well, this might just be YouTube wanting to reduce the amount of, controversial political content on their platform, right? Surely that's why they're doing this. Maybe they just don't want you to be engaging in such controversial content. And that may be true, but I feel like that point's kind of destroyed by the message they tell you when you click on the video they striked down. This video has been removed for violating YouTube's policy on hate speech. Learn more about combating hate speech in your country. Zan takes on the Nazi debate horde mode on Omegle. Learn more about combating hate speech in your country. My appeal was, of course, rejected. I will not be able to send another appeal for another 3 months, 90 days, since my appeal was sent in. I'll have the chance to send another one, and that'll be my last chance to send an appeal, I believe. After a second appeal, I believe you do not get to send another, and from there I will rely on nothing but... Frankly, I don't have my Twitter account anymore because I got banned by Elon because I was based. So I don't have the ability to @YouTube creators, and it's very unlikely I'm going to have the connections needed to get this strike removed. So it's very likely I'm back to permanently not having my warning again after 2 months of having it back. There's pretty much no chance of this getting fixed, if I'm being honest with you guys. There's no chance. Mastodon, Zan? What the fuck are you talking about? Is YouTube creators on Mastodon? It's Twitter. You have to contact YouTube on Twitter and get a massive amount of people on Twitter to support you to get your stuff fixed. You may be able to work through someone else like Muda. I tried in the past, that hasn't worked. The only way that has ever worked is getting a big amount of people on Twitter to @YouTube creators. But without my Twitter account, it's not possible. Skeet at them? Please shut up. Please shut up. Anyway, yeah. So basically, no, it's not third-party... Guys. Stop recommending third-party social media platforms to try to make this happen on. Where I have no following, by the way. Twitter is and has always been the only avenue through which content creators of a middling size... Oh my god, my nose will not stop itching. Content creators of a middling size have been able to, actually get things fixed. YouTube creators is a specific Twitter account that you have to contact to get these things fixed and get enough attention to for them to reply and actually act on it. It is on Twitter and Twitter only, and your Twitter post has to get a bunch of a bunch of support. So no other platform will work. So YouTube is just retarded then? Yes. That is how it works. YouTube is just retarded. My point is that when you have a strike on your channel and you've permanently lost your warning, YouTube pretty significantly subdues your channel in the algorithm. You'll notice that prior to this ban, my streams by now would have already had 400 viewers, and we're at 270 viewers. As a matter of fact, after I had my warning taken or reinstated, my channel performance went up by literally over 1,000%. But now with my warning now taken away again, we are back to that same level of channel suppression as before. Only had 2 months of that beautiful non-suppressed channel experience before another false strike came along. So, unfortunately, this is no doubt going to eliminate any possibility of hitting 100k subs by the end of the year. In fact, I'm pretty certain the only reason I haven't hit 100k by now is that false strike that has been on my channel since 2019. I think you guys have probably noticed that my channel's grown pretty slowly for the amount of streams and videos that I upload. You know, like, kind of slow sub growth for that. That's due in part to the fact that since 2019, my channel has had a permanent strike on it. My warning has been permanently revoked since, like, early 2019. And now I am back in that same position, so if you guys could make posts at Twitter, I would appreciate it. I will admit, I tried to get my editor to make a post on Twitter about it, but they were asleep, and the window just kind of closed for that. So, and the post they made wasn't adding Twitter, so, or wasn't adding YouTube creators, so it didn't really get off the ground or do anything. So, yeah. I like Jerry's post plus some others. That's good. That better not be a freaking vape I've seen? Yeah, it's a vape. What are you talking about? What do you want us to say? Well, there's not really much to be said. It's just an unfortunate situation overall. The hope is that I can get my Twitter unbanned, I guess. It looks like I have to send requests to Twitter to get my shit unbanned. For no other reason than because I have to have a Twitter account to contact YouTube creators. Which is something that's kind of unfortunate about Twitter, is you actually need it if you're a content creator for that reason. It just sucks that you have to reach out on a third party to try and appeal. Well, they have an appeal system on YouTube, but it's just never worked. Historically, you have to do the Twitter method to get a human to do it. It's genuinely insane how bad the internet is these days. Well, it's really sad how bad internet jobs are these days, yeah. Well, ban evading wouldn't really help because getting attention would just get me banned right away. And I don't know if you guys know this, but there are armies of people who will instantly mass report any new account that I make and get me insta-banned. Something that, like, the decent rational side of the left doesn't tend to do is mass report bad people. Like, arguably a lot of the really big, shitty right-wing figures that we know of today would have been gone a long time ago if lefties actually hit the report button instead of the block button. So there is an aspect of that to it, but, like, the types of people who hate me love the report button. As a matter of fact, this strike was not random. When I checked my email, I found out that I had a wave of emails that came in from YouTube surrounding that strike. All of them being privacy requests, meaning somebody manually, like, asked that requested that YouTube take down my video because they're in it and the video supposedly violates their privacy. Notably, one of these videos was the one I did on Rev Says Desu recently. And And on top of that, there were a couple of other videos that were requests and reports on pro-trans content. And one of them that got age restricted was one that was literally just a pro-trans video. So it seems like it could have been more of a shotgun blast approach of just like privacy requesting, reporting, and all that, a bunch of my videos, but yeah, it's hard to say. Well, the privacy takedowns didn't go through. Those didn't end up having any, like, effect. It was the strike that ended up going through. Because if you just drop enough reports on a channel, eventually they'll scan it and find something, right? So frustrating, dude. YouTube's system is notoriously exploitable, yes. Glad you're feeling better. I'm not really all that broken up about it because, like, to be fair, my community is pretty, like, we're pretty close. We're pretty tight-knit, you know? I feel like most of my hardcore fans are likely in the Discord server, so the fact that YouTube is now not telling my subs that I'm going live isn't really that much of a big deal. So, for example, when I made my video, my first stream back after I got my warning reinstated, and I got that false strike from 2019 taken away, I did a stream, and everyone was like, holy shit, this is the first time I've seen your stream in my subscription notifications, literally for, like, ever. Like, for years, some of them said. And it's because I've been penalized permanently now by YouTube, and that my subs are not going to be notified when I go live in their sub box. Many of you won't even be notified when I upload. So join my Discord server, because YouTube's, for a lot of you, just going to disable the ability for you guys to know when I go live or upload or anything. It's unfortunate, but that's how YouTube does it. They punish channels that they see as, you know, breaking the rules, fair enough, but their applications of said punishments don't really make sense. I'm notified that you go live by Twitch and Discord alerts exclusively. Yeah, pretty much none of you will have been alerted that I went live. Hyper's in chat if you did not get a notification that I went live by YouTube. See, I mean, YouTube should tell you that I went live. And it would have told you that I went live a week ago. And some of you did get a notification. It's just the fact that YouTube penalizes channels by reducing their reach in this respect. So my ability to have a video go viral, for my own subs to see that I've gone live or uploaded a new video, all of that has essentially been, you know, debuffed, for a lack of a better term. YouTube boosted your stream on my homepage before you went live, but I've only got notifications on for a few channels. Well, obviously there's a few exceptions, but the fact that, like, dozens of people in chat are saying they just don't have a notification, I mean, it goes to show. That's why you gotta be a Zan Discord stan and join the Discord. Exactly. I'd call it a hard nerf. Yeah, it's a pretty hard nerf, yeah. Unfortunately, my hope of hitting 100k subs by my birthday is now likely impossible. When we got that strike removed and YouTube fixed my channel, it seemed pretty likely and it seemed pretty possible that it was going to be achievable. But now it's pretty much not going to happen. There's literally no way unless I have like a mega viral video hit or it gets fixed. And I've got no way to get it fixed. Why'd they perma? Because YouTube's system works as follows. You have a warning, and then you have 3 strikes. If you lose your warning, which is your first strike technically, it's gone forever. And then your 3 strikes start from there on. If you falsely lose your warning, doesn't matter, your channel is now considered a no-gooder by YouTube. Because you've gotten a strike before. You've been penalized. You're in timeout permanently if it was a valid strike and it never gets revoked. But if it gets revoked, then you're back into being in the good boy square. YouTube now has put me in the bad boy square falsely. And there's pretty much no chance of getting that removed without a large Twitter presence. You made the mistake of challenging pedophiles and conservatives, and YouTube loves them? Yeah. Yeah, it's sad, but, you know, that's just how it be. Naomi Chance, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. It really, really helps, especially considering, you know, how things are looking with this strike. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the $5. Said, currently watching the stream on my TV. Based. TV is the best place to watch live streams. Just sit back, get a joint, glass of water, just kick your feet up and watch the stream on a big screen. Yeah, I imagine a lot of you are watching on TVs, and many of you in chat are also probably watching with the stream either minimized or on a second monitor while playing a video game. Yeah, some of you are definitely playing on a video. Oh, some of you are definitely watching on phones too, yeah. Yeah, chatting is practically impossible on a TV, but some of you who are watching and just kind of lurking and not in the chat are watching on TVs. Playing WoW. So chat, me and my fan guild are currently playing 2 games. I'm currently taking a brief vacation from WoW, because WoW Classic is fucking slow, and you can't play too much of it or you'll burn yourself out and not play it for months. I've started up Final Fantasy XIV Online. That's right. The guild is open for Final Fantasy XIV Online. It's made. The free company is made. We're playing on the Crystal data center on the server Malboro. If you want to join, your last name in-game has to be Striker, Striker. I'm going to go ahead and drop an invite to the Discord for the, the free company in chat. The Discord's a lot better made than the one for my WoW guild, because my friend Ethan made it, so I can just drop the link in chat and you guys just kind of apply through there. Is FF14 free for like a time? Yes. Oh yeah. Oh my god. For those of you guys that don't know, FF14, if you download the free trial, and specifically you have to download the free trial version, the way the game, it's kind of weird the way they present it to you. There's a launcher you can download that's the full version launcher, and then there's called the FT launcher, and that's the free trial launcher. You start your free trial, you make an account, you don't even need to put in payment info, and you literally get hundreds of hours of content. What platforms does it offer? PC and PlayStation. It's on PS4 and PS5 and PC. I primarily recommend it on PC, but you can play it on console too, and there is crossplay. And yes, there is high-level gameplay on controller, apparently. Like, apparently people who play on PlayStation 5 actually go into high-tier content in this game. And yes, I believe the free trial is also existent on Steam. You can get it on Steam, but it's like weird. Don't get it through Steam. Get it through Square Enix and their website. But yeah, if you're on console, you can get it. And it's the whole thing, yeah. You can also plug in a mouse and keyboard to play on PS4 or PS5. Here is a link to the Discord server for the free company. And make sure if you join, you make your last name Striker. Whatever your first name is, it can be anything. Just make sure your last name is Striker. Yeah, hold on. What's the meme? Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Striker. Yeah. No fucking lalafels. Why haven't you joined yet, a pillow? You got banned for telling someone to Xander themselves, finally? Dude, oh, we're gonna be getting into segments soon, and we'll be getting into Elon making cisgender a bannable slur on Twitter. Oh, man. It is crazy how, like, blatantly mask off, like, authoritarian and like, anti-dissent of opinion the right has gotten. Oh! Thank you for reminding me, Njord. My lovely chatters, I have received yet another invite code for Bluesky. And I'm going to be giving it away during this stream. For free. I will suck your dick. Oh, you haven't gotten one yet, a pillow? You've yet to get in? I'm tempted to give one to a pillow. Because I feel like Bluesky is pretty quiet without having a pillow there. Yeah, that'll do it, Njord. That'll definitely do it. Here's what we're going to do, chat. I'm going to give away the Bluesky code to a random person in chat. By that, what I mean is, I'm going to straight up airdrop the code into the chat. Which means whoever is fast enough to copy-paste that fucker into the entry box and finish the application, they get the code first. What the fuck is Bluesky? Arguably the most, like, the most likely next Twitter competitor. It's made by the same guy who made Twitter. It's Jack Dorsey's site, and it functions exactly like Twitter, but the culture there so far has been much better. Have I heard of Among Us? No, what is it? Also, it is on PC, yes. You can access Bluesky on PC. It's not just a mobile thing or whatever. The website won't fucking load? What do you mean? Anyway, at some point, randomly, during this stream, I am going to do the airdrop of the code. And I will give fair warning beforehand. I'll be like, all right, we're doing the giveaway or whatever. And I'll do like a countdown before I drop it in chat so you're all ready. So it's not just going to come out of nowhere where you guys just like miss it in the chat scrolling by or whatever. Everyone will have a chance to know it's coming. But much like getting a rare mount drop in WoW, only one is going to be able to get it per drop, you know? But one of you will guaranteed get it. Already have it. Nice meme. One of you will get it guaranteed. It'd be funnier if you got someone to randomly drop it without warning. No. That's not what we're doing. I'll make sure everybody has a fair chance. Maybe you'll be the fastest Avalon of Babylon. So basically, you'll want to stick around the stream for a while, because if you stick around, you're more likely to be here when I do the announcement and the giveaway that follows said announcement. Anyway, I will be right back. I need to go grab a water, because I just ran out of water here, and I need a cold one. Gotta crack open a cold one with the boys. What does the code do, Zan? It's a beta code. It gives you access to the site. The Bluesky is, like, code restricted because it's in beta right now. Yee. So far, Bluesky hasn't been great for doom scrolling because I don't follow too many people yet. I need more people to follow so my timeline's more like has more stuff on it. I need to bring more people over to Bluesky, so it's partially beneficial to me to give away the codes, you know? It actually helps me if you think about it. All right. With that said, though, with all that said, if you're watching right now and you want to support the stream, which I appreciate every bit of support in every form that you guys send, you can obviously drop a like for completely free. It literally costs nothing. It takes just half a second. That thumbs up button next to the YouTube subscribe button, or is it next to the sub button? I actually forget where the like button is. No, it's well, I mean, I guess it's next to the sub button, kinda. It's across from the sub button would be a better way to describe it. Hit that like button. Hell, hit the sub button if you haven't already, and ring the bell icon too, because that's it's pretty helpful. It actually makes YouTube like send you a notification when I go live, so consider that, please. Hey, tipster. And of course, if you want to support me a little bit more directly, a little bit more substantially, you can do so by dropping a donation, or gifting a sub, or getting a sub for yourself on my website. I also have merch, which is linked down below in the description. That's right, Xander Hall merch. There's a lot of different Xander Hall merches as well. It's very cool. You guys can go look in the store down below. Regardless, though, no matter how you support me, I really do appreciate it. It helps a lot. It really, really does. We're going to get into a segment just a minute.
Check over the whole.
Hey, Ethan, what's up, homie? I might get internet back in about 16 minutes. Hype, bro. I was in your situation when this stream started, dude. My internet just got fucked. Ron's KFC, thank you for the $4 donate or $5 donation. Says, wondering if you're going to be covering that Emma Vigland. I can't do her name. I'm sorry. And Tim Pool debate. She could have phoned it in and still made him look bad. Did she do poorly, or did she do well? I haven't heard about that debate. Did she do well? She did so fucking good. Should we react to it? Maybe we'll react to it. That could be a good segment. Okay, yeah. That sounds good. Sounds like good content. He was pathetic? All right. Whew. All right, let me get this stuff prepped up. I'm bringing up all the relevant tabs and images. All right. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. All right, everybody. So, this topic, I've unfortunately not been streaming due to circumstances while all of this has sort of been unfolding and happening. But as you can imagine, this whole thing, if you know anything about me, really did catch my attention. You should know that about me if you watch a lot of my content. And if you know me, you already know what I'm talking about. The Titan sub world tragedy, basically. The world watching this this occurrence, this tragedy, and it sort of taking over all of social media and everyone's thoughts and their conversation. Everybody was just focused on this submarine for days, right? Now, if you know me well, then you know that I have a little bit of an autistic hyperfixation of sorts on submarines. Particularly modern, like, sleek, more consumer, like, non-research sub, but, like, recreational submarine technology. Which is something that has actually, within the last decade or so, started to become a thing. Now, I should remind you all that the submarine that was responsible for this tragedy we'll be talking about was not made by the same company or any company associated with the submarine I'm about to show you that I fucking want, and if you've watched me for a while, you know that I want. And the submarine I'm about to show you here, unlike the sub that we're going to talk about, actually was made following strict safety guidelines that have been standard in the submarine manufacturing industry for a very, very long time. Something the CEO of Ocean Expeditions, the guy who was running the Titan sub, did not want to follow and refused to do, and actually would make fun of said safety regulations. This sub is safe and is also rated for the depths that it goes down to, and is made of things like contiguous titanium and acrylic, things that aren't going to give way at a high depth. In fact, these are materials that get stronger the more pressure is put on them. Check this shit out. I still want this, okay? This whole Titan sub thing has not scared me away from wanting one of these. Vosh did a segment on these a while back because I made him do a segment on these a while back. I got him into this shit. It is just it's just an in real life sea moth. That's literally what it is. It's a sea moth in real life. It goes down 300 meters. Or sorry, 100 meters, 300 feet. They made Subnautica real? They did, yeah. Yeah, next dono goal is literal sea moth. Should I do that just for the meme? Set the dono goal to $500,000 and just make it sea moth? So this is an acrylic ball, like an acrylic dome, and this is titanium steel. Or not titanium steel, titanium, like, plate. So this shit can handle it. This is actually, like, a good piece of technology made by a very reputable company that makes, like, research submarines that go down thousands of meters, you know? And now they're making cool, like, recreational ones for rich people to own, right? This guy, the guy who did the Titan research submarine expedition bullshit, well, we'll get more into that in a minute, but it was nowhere near the levels of safety, you know, guidelines and standards that this submarine meets. Have you looked into the engineering of the Challenger Deep? I have. I actually have. I've watched, like, a lot of documentary stuff about James Cameron and his whole, like, submersible ventures and whatnot. Safety is waste. Yeah, that was the quote, I believe, from the CEO of the Ocean Expedition guy. Anyway, we'll get more into the the fuckery behind all of that soon. But I just want you all to know nothing has changed. Now, you saw that really slick, high-tech, well-made submarine, right? That Nemo 2 model submarine from U-Boat Works. Well, this is the Ocean Gate Expedition Titan class, or Titan submarine. This is the one, I believe, actually, that got crushed and imploded. So, there are a few things wrong with this submarine that experts have been pointing out. One is that it's made with a carbon fiber titanium weave of a material. It's not contiguous. It's not like a solid plate of material. It's like a fibrous weave of material. It's not the same like structural integrity that is necessary to go down thousands of feet down to the Titanic wreck. This type of material is maybe suitable for, you know, a few hundred feet, but not for thousands of feet. On top of that, there are several points of failure, or possible points of failure, such as the windows, which are not rated for the depth they were going down to. Several other things have been theorized to be where this piece of machinery failed, and it would have caused just an entire, you know, inward collapse, a full-on implosion that would be over in half a second. But yeah, this thing was not rated safely. This was not the kind of submarine that experts in the submarine industry would say is safe. In fact, going onto this submarine, you had to sign a waiver that at several points says you will probably die. You very well may die, and you are waiving all liability from us if you die. This was a very experimental, shoddy submarine. Now, one of the things people point to, actually, about how this submarine was experimental and shoddy is the fact that it's controlled, or piloted, I should say, with a controller. With an Xbox 360, like, game controller. And that's actually been one of the less, like, scathing things to point out about the submarine. Because when it comes to submarines, yeah, the controller is actually pretty common. Like, unironically, controllers are pretty common, but usually they're modified. And they're much, like, nicer. So to give you an idea, actually, for a direct example of what a high-end, like, actual proper controller for piloting a submarine would look like, I will show you a video of what the Nemo 2 submarine looks like on the inside. The guy who does this tour is a fucking an obnoxious dude, and I don't like him. I just don't like his personality. I don't like his face. I'm sorry, it's just how it is. But this will give you a good idea of what the difference between these are, and particularly the inside. When you look at the controller, this is what the controller of the Nemo 2 sub looks like. It's a controller, but it's quite modified.
Well, to kind of show you where you're going. So yeah, the whole point is that this is a very easy thing to drive. Imagine someone gives you the wheel of like a military submarine. Pretty intimidating, but with this, it's pretty self-explanatory. So anyways, it is time to jump inside the water.
Yeah, I would not advise... Okay, also the controller... This is the best part, though. The controller that was in the Titan sub was wireless. It was fucking wireless, dude. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you game, and you've ever gamed with a controller that's wireless before, there's been at least several points where you've been in the middle of a heated boss battle. Things are fucking tense, everything's going on, and all of a sudden the game pauses, and it says, please plug in your controller, you've run out of battery. Or just all of a sudden, your controller loses connection, and you just have no, like, you just can't control your character anymore. But in real life, things don't pause. What the fuck do you do? To be fair, though, they didn't even get close to the bottom when they imploded. They imploded on their way down, so it wasn't a situation of the controller being the problem. I think it just shows how thrown together this whole operation was. They were charging $200,000 per ticket. This is a very blatant cash grab scheme. But a cash grab scheme where the CEO himself was putting himself in the danger. So I don't even think that this was $250,000 per ticket. Yes. So I don't even think this was so much like a blatantly selfish money-making scheme as much as a billionaire wanting to cut corners for fun and profit tied in together, right? Because these corners he was cutting, like, risk his own life. They don't even risk the lives of his workers, arguably, because he pilots the sub. As a matter of fact, a common quote I've been hearing about what was his name? I'm trying to remember what his name is. The CEO of Ocean Expeditions, the pilot of the sub, is that he's very experimental. Yeah, Stockton. Yeah, Stockton Rush. He's very experimental. He's very risk-taking with his piloting of subs. He's gotten himself into some snags before, but managed to get himself out of sheer luck and, arguable skill. It is very possible he might have done something stupid, but we really don't know. It is very likely that it was just like the manufacturing of the submarine was not good enough. His name was fucking Stockton Rush. Yes, a very rich person name. Isn't it wild how many rich people, they just have rich people names? It's like they were ordained to be rich by birth. It's almost like that's how our system works. Like rich people name their kids rich people names because they already know their kid's going to be rich because they're rich. Anyway, the passengers on the sub died. This is the CEO, I believe. I believe this is the French pilot who was on board. And this is the father and son who are also on board. And this is another rich guy who was also on board. They are all now essentially the equivalent of canned cranberry sauce now. Sadly, for particularly the kid. I will say that I can't. Zan, the rich guy's in the top. Yeah, Yeah, the kid I feel the most bad for. He was only 19 years old, and he was going with his dad on this trip as a Father's Day gift, and he didn't want to go. He was nervous. He was very, very nervous, and he ended up going anyway because it was Father's Day, and his dad wanted to go, and now he's dead. On the bright side, though, I can assure you that they actually didn't even, they didn't feel any pain. It wasn't like they were stuck in the submarine suffocating or starving to death or freezing to death, more likely, over the course of days, which is what we thought likely was what was going to happen before the wreckage was found, and we found out that they had, imploded. This was arguably, considering how things were going to go, the best case scenario, especially because if they were stuck down there, rescuers were saying options for getting them back up were very limited. Decompression would have taken a very long time. Hell, just getting them unsnagged or unhooked would have been practically impossible. So even if they were down there alive without power or just stuck or something, there was just nothing they could have done. There really wasn't. There was really likely to be nothing that could have been done. However, that does mean that the way they went was painless and instantaneous. They didn't even hear, before they died, they didn't even hear.
Planning flagged. Emergency speed. Warning. Fire detected.
They didn't hear any of this, okay? There was no panic or oh shit's going down. Things are failing. It was just instantaneous, no doubt, because one single failure within the hull of a submarine, and it just goes at that depth, right? Thousands of feet down. So it wasn't exactly a horrific experience for them, which is I guess, a comforting thought if you are sad about how things went and you are like invested in the well-being of the passengers of the sub. Personally, the 19-year-old kid that went along is the one who I feel the most bad about. The CEO of the company, not a single bit. This was on him. But like, yeah. I've been saying it sounds like a character from a Netflix original, one of the bad guys from You or something. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about particularly. I know the Netflix original like reference. I know what you mean by that, but I've never heard of You. I feel bad about the kid, but all the adults in the situation seem to be out of their fucking minds. Yeah, no, I mean the kid was a victim of this. The adults took him there and signed waivers, and the CEO like created that situation in the first place. TBH Zan, they probably heard the delaminating of the carbon fiber for a few moments before it happened. Do you really think so? Because it would have happened pretty much instantly. Like, it would have happened, like, so fast. It's a small sub. That's the thing. It's just a tube. No, Zan, it would begin to crumple. No shot. Real? Everything that I've seen so far says that the second anything would have started to give way, it would have been over. Like, it would have been perfectly fine looking until there was the second a visual point of, like, failure would have been visible, the whole thing just would have gone. It would have been a chain reaction of just, it's Jover, it's gone, it's vaporized. Not sure if this is true or not, but I heard they dropped their weights, which means there was a moment of worry on their part. Interesting. 6 people died, not 5. Zan, there was a stowaway on board that resulted in a 6th death. You gotta see this. No shot. Now you're trolling. You're trolling. They panicked. So your theory is that they panicked. Okay, so from what I've seen, all the experts that I've watched, the controller allegedly survived. All the experts that I've looked into have said it would have been pretty instantaneous, and from what we know, they died, like, they were just descending, and then it just kind of gave way. You're trolling, I'm pretty sure. Why are you... okay, I'll click it. This better not be a troll. Actually, no, I'm going to Google it, because I don't want you to troll me. I don't want to fall for it. I'm Googling it. I'm Googling it to find out. Nope. 5 people. Fuck you. It's a funny image? No, I'm not clicking it. I don't click any images. You guys won't tell me what it is. Or lie to me about what it is. It's not happening. I know what you guys are trying to do. Okay, really quick, before we stunlock any further on the submarine topic, I do want to say, I want to show you guys one of the fucking craziest submarines I've ever seen before. There are submarines that are used to smuggle drugs.
What's going on?
And it is fucking wild, dude. This shit is maximum sketch, but actually not really, because they don't go that deep.
Vessel used to smuggle drugs. These things are designed specifically to travel in open waters and to avoid radar and other means of detection. These drug subs are pretty difficult to find, unless, of course, the government has been tipped off as to their whereabouts beforehand. Take a look at this footage of the US Coast Guard seizing a narco sub.
He's gonna bang on the hatch.
The dude literally jumps off his boat, hops on and starts bashing his way inside. This seizure got 18,000 pounds of cocaine. That's over $300 million worth of drugs.
Damn, those Coast Guard guys had a fun day. They had a fun day after that. Holy shit.
One of the craziest things about these to me is that these things are custom
They
made.
had the best
I mean,
boat party
you can't
after
exactly
that.
go to a store and ask for a stealth submarine and not expect the government to take notice.
Narco subs are really crudely built and finished, and they're very unpleasant, but they're remarkably good at doing their job. And the guys who design them are master boat builders. There's a lot of ingenuity that goes in and true engineering. While they're not individually comparable to something the Navy would have, they're very good at what they're designed to do. And so even though all narco subs kind of look similar, certainly to the untrained eye, there's actually distinct families, and you can say this narco sub was built by the same person or designed by the same person who built that one.
These ones are the crazy ones that are in like the rivers and the swamps. I'm gonna show you one that's like literally a gas-powered swamp drug running sub. I want to try to find it.
And there's probably 10, 20 active, if not more.
Here's one
of these master boat builders, and they are genuine engineers.
They could cost up to $2 million to build, and then they're used only one trip just to go from point A to point B and then abandoned.
4 guys in there, and there's no toilet, there's minimal luxury, there's no fridge, it's going to be noisy, smelly, you're going to stink of diesel and everything else that's in there.
When you see the size of them, you see.
I want to see if there's like... Yes, this is a good video that explains it, but not a very good video as far as showing what I wanted to show, like how sketchy submarines can get, like, theoretically. Well, I can't find a good video, but I think you guys know what I mean. Here's the interesting thing, though, okay? Oh, also, I think mandatory mention that at least the Iron Lung, which the Titan sub also involves you getting bolted into it. The Iron Lung at least had a fucking hatch that went down over the window. Because even the prisoner they sent down for their execution, they were like, you know what? We'll add a hatch to the window that isn't rated for that depth. So the window doesn't just bust immediately and cause a full implosion. At least the Iron Lung had a fucking window. If they had gone down in the Iron Lung, they would have literally been safer. The Iron Lung didn't get fucked up on its own. It had to hit shit to get fucked up. Things had to like break it. On its own, it was doing pretty okay. Better than the Titan sub did. So shout out to the Iron Lung for literally being better made than the Titan sub was. Unironically. Hell, the fucking Iron Lung had a computer built into it where you could, like, use a console and look things up. Okay, but here's the final part of this video. That's the craziest thing, all right? The final part of this video, and this is the craziest thing, is that a YouTuber I watch almost fucking died in this tragedy. You see, I'm a Florida boy, all right? I grew up in the South. I grew up in Florida. Spent a lot of time swimming in rivers and springs and in the ocean, of course, as well. Which means I watch a lot of YouTube content that centers around snorkeling, scuba diving, swimming in springs and rivers in Florida and the rest of the South and whatnot. And one of those channels is called Dallmyd. I actually don't know how he pronounces it. It's Dallmyd. Big channel. Big channel, 13.5 million subscribers, but very different genre of content from what I imagine many of you watch, and, you know, from what the content that I make, right? Very big channel and does very good content. He does a lot of stuff where he's, like, diving in rivers and picking up trash, collecting iPhones and rings and jewelry and returning them to their owners. He's a good guy. I like his stuff a lot. However, recently, literally a week before this whole Titan sub tragedy, he got invited out by Ocean Gate Expeditions to go down to the Titan sub to the Titanic, and he accepted. So he went there, he met the CEO, he met 2 of the victims that would later die on that submarine a week before this all happened, and he uploaded the video of his experience. The video footage itself is pretty lighthearted because, you know, they didn't know the tragedy that was going to occur in a week, but he made a video, and basically he explained his personal experience because he came really close to dying. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and watch.
With the whole world watching the rescue efforts of the missing submarine around the Titanic, I thought I'd share my experience.
He didn't know that the people on the submarine were dead when he started the video, by the way. I should mention that.
Of Mission 3 just a few weeks ago, and if my dive wasn't canceled, it could have been me inside that submarine today. This is a picture taken of Stockton Rush and I, the owner of Ocean Gate Expeditions, as I was weighing in for our sub dive for the day. In my hands, I have a chocolate chip cookie, 2 peanut butter jelly sandwiches, and of course my camera equipment so I can record and document my experience in the submersible. What you're about to watch is footage from Mission 3, days before the submersible went missing on Mission 5. It has taken place on the exact same ship, and I was also in the exact same submersible that is missing today. All the footage you're watching is either filmed by me or my beautiful girlfriend Kendall, who joined me for this adventure. For more behind the scenes footage, make sure you check out her social media. I'll have links to that in the description below. Let's start off this video as I originally intended. Please keep in mind there's a lot of smiles and a lot of laughs. We honestly had no idea what would happen in the days to come. So without further ado, let's start things off at my hometown of Columbus, Georgia, where we had a quick drive to Atlanta.
I'll skip through it a little bit because I don't want to just show the whole video. He goes to a flower shop and gets a wreath to put in the water to like pay respects to the people who died in the Titanic. And then he proceeds to go onto the ship, and this is the same ship and rooms that they went out on. This is literally a week, maybe 2 weeks before everything happened. Imagine the survivors guild. Yeah,
it's sweet, huh? Check it out. Got a double bunk bed. I claim the top one. Kendall's got the bottom one. I've got to be a little quiet. Like I said, there's people sleeping. Got a couch, all our camera gear, clothes, all the stuff we need. And I even brought my pillow from home. And I brought a tiny pillow just in case I want to bring it in the submarine, because I heard it could take up to 14 hours to get back to the surface. So yeah, I'm definitely bringing a little pillow. Well, yeah, check it out. Look, got a little sink, a closet. Oh, here. Open our...
Some quotes he says in this video.
Oh yeah, we have a
these
beautiful
video
view,
clips.
Couch,
Aged
sink,
poorly.
a mirror, our showers and laundry and kitchen all over the ship. So this is just our little personal space. It's honestly everything we need, you know. We feel very comfortable. Right now, you know, they're getting all the submarine stuff all ready to go. They're hooking that up so we can tow out and make our way to the Titanic. So I'm going to sneak to the kitchen, grab myself a cookie, and we'll just kind of figure out what we want to do. Come on.
So he goes on to, like, you know, do a tour of the ship. He talks to quite a few people and everything. But he actually goes down in the submarine. They end up having their dive down to the Titanic canceled and end up just doing a test dive down like 30 feet. Thank God. This was the second to last mission before the one that failed and where this tragedy occurred. So it is possible that if they went down, it could have happened to him. So here is what it is like on video to go in the Titan sub. Obviously not going down to the Titanic itself, but to be in it and for it to be submerged down a few dozen feet of water.
We're on the platform right now, about to get inside the submarine. It's getting real. Jeez. I'm a little nervous now, boys. All right. Shoes out.
All right, there you go.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, yo.
There's not even like seats.
Alright, we're inside the submarine right now. Got the owner right back there, Stockton. That's the toilet.
Take that one.
A poo bag, a couple.
Hopefully we don't have to use that.
Have you ever had any water leaking in the tap?
Yeah.
No, put
Getting bolted in.
vacuum on.
Yeah.
Alright.
All right, guys. We're sealed. We're in here. All right, we're inside and sealed in the submarine. I'm excited. First time in a submarine. It looks really cool in here too. Stock, I like what you did with the place. Looks
You
cool.
should have seen when I bought it.
Yeah. Keep in mind what you're looking at right now is the exact same submersible that imploded and killed 5 people. And also
The exact
any footage
same
you see of
one.
Stockton, of course, you know, he's passed away by now.
Tell them we're at 600 feet.
Titan is ready for dive.
Stockton's like, hold on, everybody.
Imagine paying
guess we're about to go.
$250,000 for this experience.
Oh, we're
They have
going in?
grab bars
watch
because
out.
as it starts to submerge,
yeah,
you
we're
start to
doing it.
fall forwards.
Oh my
You fall forwards and you have to like push and grab onto the bars to not fall against the
We
window
are all
in the
upside
hatch.
down. I know you guys see that. We're underwater.
Your feet, like you fall onto the window.
So we're officially underwater in a submarine right now. 33 feet, I believe, right? 10
yep.
meters. Yeah.
33 feet.
You ready for unlock, or are we unlocked? Is he saying we are unlocked, or are we
Okay.
ready for unlock?
Bro, that diver. Holy
Yes, they
shit.
give him an okay. Give him an
That is
in the
just
dome.
ice cold, thousands of feet deep, North Atlantic water, and he's just diving out there.
So what does that mean?
Looks like
He's going to
remove
go
locks.
pull the mechanical lock, and we're going to see how the pneumatic
Yeah,
lock is doing.
Thalassophobia havers in
There's a
chat.
chance we'll pop off.
Still no pings from
He
the
does
top
look like
side?
he's Anderhall. I'm pretty sure he's from Florida too.
Control the submarine.
Did
You guys see that?
Mechanical lock is doing. And there's a chance we'll pop off.
still no pings from the top side?
Hey, Stockton, what are you using to control the submarine?
There it is. I hope the controller survived. I hope they recover the controller. And I hope it's fully intact. You have to admit, that would be pretty great. It did, Xanderhall. It's been spotted. You guys have to send confirmation the controller survived. It's fully intact. It's fake. It's a fake, but it's funny. Bro, if it fully survived, whatever type of fucking controller that is, that needs to become the controller they start marketing at gamers that rage hardcore. Because if it can survive the pressure of thousands of feet of water and an implosion of fucking steel and fucking carbon fiber, then it can survive any gamer rage.
Debbie, you're locked in. Okay to lock in?
Okay.
To go to dinner to
Okay.
Can he see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That means they're probably going to bring us up.
Soon. Yeah, you know, because we've had no comms from
More than the stupid controller.
So you know how to eat my last.
More than the stupid controller, I still can't believe that the porthole was directly above the piss bucket. If you can't notice, there's a piss bucket there. They've covered it with a plastic bag, it seems. Literally the only reason to go down there, and you have to peer out over a glorified urinal. That's true. You literally have to lean over the piss shit bucket that they put a plastic bag over and the fan on for some reason to look out the window. Oh my god. Dog. Ah. That's so grody. Dude, why do rich people do this? How are rich people this stupid? Oh my fucking god. How can you be so stupid and have so much money? Oh my god. Do you like lose an IQ point for every $1 million you have in your bank account? Like does every bit of value that you have in your fucking in funds or in like investments total out to like a negative debuffed your intelligence or something. It just must all be nepotism in regards to inheriting wealth, because Jesus Christ, look at this shit. Hold on. Let me show you what kind of, like, submarine experience exists for, like, rich people who have the money. And clearly for this, like, for these people, money was not the issue. Look at these fucking production models for the, for U-Boat Works. Look at this shit. The Sea Researcher series. They've got a model that can go 500 meters, 1,140 meters, 3,000 meters, 300 meters, 1,140 meters, but that has a higher weight capacity. 2,500 meters, 500 meters, 1,700 meters, 300 meters. They've got this Nexus series sub that has 7 seats. It's a 7-seater. They've got the Nexus 7 and Nexus 8. So 7-seater and 8-seater. And this one goes 200 meters on both, but has different weights. The Cruise Sub series, 5-seater, 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 7-seater, 7-seater, 9-seater, 11-seater, and they all have different depths that they can go. This one has the number at the end of all of them is how many people they seat. So 3-seater, Sea Researcher series. But here's the crazy thing. Let's look at the Nautilus. Let's look at the fucking Nautilus, dude. This is what these rich people could be going on, all right? They could be going on the literal fucking Cyclops. It is a yacht and a submarine, dude. It is a yacht and a fucking submarine at the same time. It's fucking insane, bro. Now, this company started out just making, like, research submarines for going down thousands of feet, like thousands of meters even. But, now they've started making toys for rich people. But these rich idiots decide to pay for the piss bucket experience for some reason. And believe me, you'll have to piss in the piss bucket in front of all those people if you go down there, because the expeditions last for hours. So either you're going to be dehydrated as fuck with a sore-ass dry throat, or you're going to be pissing in front of a bunch of other dudes in this metal tube.
Ass cookie.
This is a pretty...
This is the vertical. He's getting aggressive on us.
You guys are bubbles. Yeah. Come out.
Yeah, look at that. That was a good blow. Not bad, huh?
Which way are we rolling?
Maybe
Okay,
it's
go
part
left.
of the LARP.
I think.
Oh yeah, these people are LARPing as explorers, by the way. Let me remind you. The people who run this thing and go on this thing, LARP is like explorers. Not that they're like tourists, that they're explorers. Like Discovery types, pioneers. It's so LARPy and cringe. It's so fucking cringe, dude. Isn't that sub bigger, though, and not able to get close to the Titanic? No, this is the exact one. It has gone down to the Titanic before. The crazy thing is, this sub is called the Titan, right? And the Titanic is based off the name Titan. So already you've got the parallel there, right? But then you've got the fact that Titans in Greek mythology were beings that were these insanely powerful, huge creatures that thought that they were so big and bad that no one could take them down. And their hubris and overconfidence in their power is what led to their downfall. Why do we keep naming things after the Titans despite just because they're big? And forgetting the other part of that tale. Like, literally, the captain of the Titanic sailed, or sorry, not sailed, but piloted full steam ahead into a field of fucking icebergs on a moonless night because, you know, it's the biggest ship in the world. It's unsinkable. It's the Titanic. And this guy was overconfident in his design. Dude, it's poetic. You have to admit, it is downright fucking poetic.
Right, no, it's natural. Pretty good.
Whoa!
Should come the roll.
They have oh shit handles they have to grab
Cool when
onto.
you break the surface.
Yeah. Now they're coming back up.
Lean a little left. Keep going left. Balancing. Oh, nice job, Kyle.
Yeah.
Look at the Kyle.
Nice one, man.
I don't know exactly the game plan for this particular dive. We never left a platform. If the fog didn't roll in and cancel the dive, who knows? Maybe we would have left that platform and maybe we would have imploded. But I can tell you right now, I feel like I dodged a bullet, but I also feel very bad for the families who lost loved ones. Like I said before, I didn't know these people too well, but they treated me very nicely and I lost a few friends as well. If you're chasing big dreams and pushing your limits, obviously dangerous things can happen and, you know, can be fatal. In this case scenario,
You guys don't call those oh shit handles? Those handles in cars, I call them oh shit handles. It's a very apt name. It's all you can think to call them in the moment too. I call them useless. They're nice to have. So does my mom. Yeah. Yeah, everyone in my family calls them oh shit handles. Do you know that a Nazi named Schlitt killed people with his shit on a submarine in World War II? I think that's a great area to wrap up this segment on. Listen, awful tragedy that this happened, if I'm being honest. Like, let's be real. Dying at the bottom of the ocean is like, or any way like that is a pretty fucked up way to go. For one of those people, for that one kid, that is, I really don't feel bad for anybody else on that submarine other than the kid. I'm gonna be honest. I really can't bring myself to frown about it. The kid didn't want to go. He was convinced into it. He was kind of coerced. He was scared. He was young, and obviously, I doubt has done anything bad in his life. And on top of that, like, everybody else there, like, were rich assholes that were going down there to, like, marvel at a graveyard of other rich people who pretty much had the same thing happen to them in the same spot. I feel bad for the kid, much like I feel bad for kids that were on the Titanic. Less hard to feel bad for, like, the assholes responsible for the tragedy. If that makes sense. All right. What do you guys think of that segment? Despite the somewhat, you know, sad subject matter, I feel like it was good. There's no other word for it. It's just a graveyard. Yeah. Yeah, it's what it is. It's a graveyard. There's some Nazi in YouTube chat spamming that they're putting privacy complaints on my account. I mean, it's good to know that the person who's, like, false reporting my channel is, like, admitting to it. And we know that there's a Nazi who's false reporting my channel. Take screenshots? You guys do that. You guys have to do that. What can I do about that? You guys have to screenshot that and post it on Twitter and at YouTube about it. I have no Twitter account, guys. This is a community has to help their favorite content creator thing. I've got nothing I can do. Well, at least we know why your enemies are ontologically evil, as you always say. They have no arguments. They have to deplatform me. You missed the fun this morning? What's this?
You are my enemy, and it doesn't matter what you fucking say. It doesn't matter.
So you don't think
You're
China's
inherently my
relevant?
enemy for as long as you advocate for the LGBTQ CIA agenda. I don't care the fact that you're trans, okay?
You
There are
actually
good trans
do.
people and there's
You
bad
really
trans
do.
people, and you're a bad trans person is what it gets down to.
That's true. I am very much a
You're
bad trans person. However, would you like to actually
because
have
it's
the
not
discussion
your
about
personal
Chinese
choice.
politics?
It has nothing to do with your personal choice. You advocate for this shit because you're
All
trying
right,
to
this is
reduce
irrelevant to
fucking
the arguments you were making about
You are
China.
trying to reduce
And
the
I would
fucking
kindly like
population.
you to get
You're
back onto the
trying to
topic at
reduce the
hand.
population. I'd love to. Shut the fuck up and let me speak, and then you will be allowed to speak when I fucking tell you you're allowed to speak.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, I'm getting so horny. Thank you, Daddy. I'll shut up.
Of course, you fucking people just always fucking go right back to the degeneracy. Fucking weirdo.
You're the one who's being all
Anyhow.
horny up in here. I didn't.
You are my enemy.
He's so angry. Yeah, listen, all of our enemies are ontologically evil. It's a reality that I have come to terms with long ago. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just how it is. Told you missed the fun, lol. Yeah, I wasn't awake. I was busy. I was playing that FF14 last night. I slept in a little bit. Chat, I don't know if you guys... Oh, I didn't get to stream it because of, the downtime. But would you guys... Does anybody have a screenshot they can link of my FF14 character? Because I have been catboyified by Keffels in FF14. I play a catboy in FF14, guys. It's all ogre. It's all Jover.
Talking about, and you're a fucking LARPer. The people that I know who have put their life on the lines in the name of revolution would think that you're a fucking pathetic loser. Alright, should I just end this here? Like, I don't think there's any point continuing. Like, he's just really... I'm gonna... Yeah. He's still going. This is really funny. Alright, have a good day.
Crying.
You're gay. Talking about, and you're a fucking LARPer.
God, dude. You have to understand, all of everybody that opposes the homie squad of content creators that are chill, that are like in the lefty space, everybody that opposes this sphere always ends up being like deranged in that way. It's just how much of a mask do they have on, you know? I have other clip on my Twitter, but he uses a trans slur, so I won't send it for TI. Yeah, I'm not trying to get... Yeah, let's not tempt the scales of YouTube fate. One thing that the people mass reporting my stuff don't know is that if they keep on like false reporting my stuff over like a long period of time, and most of the reports that are getting sent are getting like shot down by YouTube, then YouTube's gonna catch on to what's going on, and like I'm gonna have immunity. So they might actually be helping my channel now more than they're hurting it. So that's nice to know. Chainsaw Chimera, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, hey Xander Hall, did you see that your friend AJW, appeared as a +1 against Emma Vigland, where he went full racist for why it's okay to racially profile black and brown people? He went 1392. Wait, where is this coming from? What? What? Dude, it's so weird when suddenly I find out I'm friends with someone from, like, a donation or a hate comment. And it's like, I'm friends with this person? Do you mean that time I debated them in real life at an event? And that's the only time I've ever interacted with them? What? I mean, thanks for the $5, but also... I think you're operating on very I'm not going to take anything your donation said seriously because I think it's a joke. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. No ifs, zans, or buts. Good one. Okay, thank you for the $5, Chainsaw Chimera. Yeah, I know. AJW's cringe. Obviously, I debated him. I don't know why you thought I was friends with him. Maybe it was a joke, but yeah. AJW and I are not what I would consider friends. We're considered, I would say, political adversaries. So I guess that corrects the record, and what you've informed me on does not surprise me. Kiwi TP, thank you for the tier 2 sub. You didn't even say anything. Thank you for the, I assume, $10. Let me know if I'm wrong. I really do appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, if zans or buts. Let me update the dono goal really quick so you guys can see how much we've made so far. That's $20 so far this stream. Not too terribly bad. Thank you, chat. I appreciate the support. It helps a lot. Helps me to afford groceries and a place to live where the internet isn't non-functional. Yankee Tanky has gay brat energy. Listen, who am I to argue with what the LGBT people in my audience say? As a straight cis man. So I must agree, Yankee Tanky does have gay brat energy. Donate, chat? True, you guys should donate. If you guys want to support the stream, you can actually do so for completely free by hitting the like button, donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, or subscribing and ringing the bell icon on YouTube. You can also buy merch and support me through a bunch of other means you can see through the subscription. Or not the subscription, the description. Christ. Just like Chainsaw Chimera here, who just donated $5. Thank you so freaking much. I really appreciate it. It goes a long way. Said, well, said nothing until my website decides to display that dono. Any minute now. I guess it will not do it? Wow. Fuck me, I guess. Huh. There we go. Chainsaw Chimera, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, it was a joke. I was being facetious. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to definitely start encouraging the usage, like culturally, the usage of tone indicators in text. I think like the /S RC, like SRC for sarcasm, or like /SRS for serious, or /J for joking. I think it is unironically really useful because getting tone across in text is something that, one, a lot of people aren't great at when it comes to their writing skills. And, you know, we try to text faster and faster and faster and get points and messages across faster and faster and faster as efficiently as possible. And I think it would help. And also, a lot of people aren't that great at picking up on tone in messages. Imagine if everybody added a tone indicator to the end of their tweet, or it was a tag onto tweets or posts, where they could signal, by the way, literally not being serious here. Or by the way, like, I'm just being, you know, just joking around. Like, obviously people would abuse it to say, oh, this racist tweet I made is just a joke. But, you know, I think it would help in a lot of situations. Oh, for sure, Heavy Gretel. I made the Titans sub in Tears of the Kingdom, Zan. Jesus Christ. You know, this one doesn't even have a window, so it actually might survive at those depths. Lars Barnes, thanks for the 99 cents. I appreciate it. Sent a super sticker. Very kind of you. absolutely wonderful slash as okay. Obviously, when you mean it, you can just say it. But when you mean to indicate that you are like you don't want when you want to get rid of any vagueness, you know. Sadly, there are a lot of people that just doesn't work with, Heavy Gretel, and they will take you 100% seriously. On day 2, there were people streaming GTA 5 using the Submarine mod and caption their stream looking for the submarine. God, GTA 5 has just... Do you guys realize how fucking insane of a cultural shift the internet's going to experience when GTA 6 leak is no longer like a meme? When GTA 6 comes out and GTA 7 leak is the meme now? That is going to be the end of an era. The GTA 6 leak, or like beta copy, or whatever, meme has been going on since literally 2014. Damn right, a pillow. Oh, the roleplay servers are going to be amazing. As a Floridian, I cannot tell you guys how excited I am. For they better do the Everglades justice in GTA 6. That's all I'm saying. The Everglades better get done justice. Let me show you guys a video. Or a few videos, actually. Yeah, Fishing Garrett. This guy?
Hey, guys.
This guy's my spirit animal. This is the kind of shit that I want to go to Florida and do again.
Guys, I'm in the Florida Everglades, and I'm face to face with this 12-foot American crocodile. He's sleeping. Oh, not anymore. He sees me. Always gotta help the little geckos cross the road.
That's a baby
Gonna
alligator.
make a good swamp puppy. I'm still looking for that 20-foot Burmese python. What the heck is a cat doing out in the middle of the Everglades? I hope a python gets him. Ooh, we got the targeted species, a Burmese python.
Gotta get those invasive bastards.
This sucker's going home with me. He's invasive. Yoink. Gotta help this bullfrog out of the road. Check out those juicy webbers. Look at the size of this swamp puppy. This thing's a monster. I gotta get a closer look. Hey, handsome. Oh, he sees me. This big old green water snake gave me a very painful smooch. Ooh, yoink. Check out this gorgeous corn snake. Look how red he is. Love these.
There's something about the Floridian brain that makes us pick up snakes. Like, I see a snake, and I need to pick it up. I have to catch it. I have to do it. I don't know what, I've caught a lot of snakes. One of the things my mom used to tell me when she dropped me off somewhere was like, be safe, wash your hands, don't pick up snakes. When I was a little kid, that's what my mom would say to me. Going to school, going to, like, a friend's house. Be safe, wash your hands, don't pick up snakes. Because I had a reputation for picking up snakes.
Hey, guys, I'm in the Florida Everglades, and I just found a swamp puppy tail. Oh, I didn't mean to scare you. This American crocodile is eyeballing me. He looks like he's about 2 seconds away from launching at me. We've been getting a lot of rain out here in the Everglades. Hopefully I can find that 20-foot Burmese python. There's plenty of swamp puppies chilling on the bottom. I think he's sleeping. I jumped out in front of traffic to save this Brooks king snake. I'm really tempted to keep him as a pet, but he's a native species and it's really important that they stay in the ecosystem. Hey, Mr. Swamp Puppy. Look at this big boy. What a distinguished gentleman. Well, well, well. Yoink. I love me a big old toad.
That's you guys.
Corn snake, yoink. I have to help these guys cross the road. He is not happy
Struck
with me.
the camera.
I just don't want you to get ran over. He gave me a little kiss and everything. Tropical
Yeah, they got
orb
tiny
weaver.
teeth.
Boop. Right here, we got a scarlet snake, a gentle yoink. You guys are pretty.
I never would pick these up because I always thought that they were kings or coral snakes. I always had a hard time like remembering the rhyme for coral and king snakes, and these also kind of look similar. And so I just never made the gamble. I never made the gamble because we had all 3 in Florida of these false venomous snakes. Or one of them's venomous, 2 of them aren't.
Common and non-venomous. Often confused for the venomous coral snake.
Yeah, the coral one.
Hey guys, I'm in the Florida.
My uncle had a pet king snake. Pretty cool.
Amazon.
Here's oh, this is him in the Amazon rainforest. No,
Hey
I want
guys,
the Everglades one. No, I want him in the Everglades. Where's his playlists? No. Oh, he just does shorts, huh? God, there are just entire YouTubers that are just TikTokers that upload their TikToks on YouTube. So they've just got an entire, like, big YouTube channel of nothing but shorts and no video uploads. It's wild, dude. I do need to get into shorts. I modded the Titan sub into NFTs Most Wanted. Sadly, it imploded. I'm not doing this. I'm not engaging. I can't engage. God, my landlord is cooking something good downstairs. Hot damn. Oh yeah, you guys want to see what the mosquitoes are like in Florida? Have you ever heard someone from the South describe a cloud of mosquitoes? And you're like, you have like you assume they're exaggerating and you have like a thought in your mind of what that looks like? Let me show you what an actual cloud of mosquitoes looks like.
This is what happens when you forget mosquito spray in the Everglades. As long as you don't breathe, you'll be fine. And I wouldn't open my eyes if I were you. They go right in the eyeball. This is what happens.
That's my homeland right there. That's my homeland right there. The more I think about it, the more I realize that why should I be afraid of Australia when I literally grew up there? For 21 years, I practically grew up in Australia. I went through the perfect tutorial zone for living in Australia. Why are you guys talking about his feet? What is wrong with you people? Bro, Xanderhall, don't speak. Yes, a tutorial. Yeah, Florida is a good tutorial for Australia. I really do think so.
Making a
Oh my god. Okay, so the next short just played. And I figure we might as well watch it because I also like this guy's shorts. Every time I watch this, I consider, like, unironically making some pasta.
Batch of pasta with 10,000 eggs was the most stressful and nerve-wracking batch of pasta I've made so far. We spent so much time cracking and separating all the eggs, and there was no real way to test this egg pour, but thankfully it worked pretty well. Should we try 20,000 next? Making a batch.
Those are egg yolks, and this is flour. How many eggs? 10,000 eggs. And they gave away the pasta they made from it for free. That is such a waste. No, it's not. Dog, you did it with MrBeast. They gave it away. They have a charity. They like went around food trucks and made pasta and gave it away to homeless people. Like, how's that a waste? Yeah, literally after every pasta video, he gives the massive amount of pasta dough he made to like food kitchens. Yeah. I've never had a MrBeast Feastable candy bar, but I did have MrBeast burger. As it turns out, there's a MrBeast burger in Seattle, or at least a ghost kitchen that serves it in Seattle. And I ordered it when Ethan came over, and I got the normal Beast burger, but without bacon and no cheese. And Ethan got the Chris. And I nonstop made jokes about how the Chris is going to, because like it was after the whole like trans thing, so I nonstop made jokes about how the Chris burger was going to give Ethan the trans. Yeah, the Force Femme beef burger. Yeah, this beef is gonna... Yeah, this burger's gonna be like, fuck you, trans is your gender. Yeah. Beefstrogen. Yeah, it's the extra estrogen pumped beef they put in the crisp burger. You eat the crisp burger and it like does the opposite of like ashwagandha. It gives you more of the like hormones of the opposite sex. So if you're a guy and you eat it, it feminizes you, and if you're a girl and you eat it, it masculinizes you. I gave 100 people free estrogen burgers every day for 3 months. Let's look at their transition. The one who passes the best gets $10,000. Zan, make that a short. Dude, I should just do, like, fake MrBeast video intros to upload on YouTube Shorts that are, like, political. This would be a good one. It opens with me, like, holding a 1911, and it's like... Right here, I have a loaded 1911. It has 8 rounds in it, and that's as many shots as I have to hunt down a group of transphobes. If I miss, then they get away. But if I hit them, they lose. The ones that get away win nothing but their lives. And the video just it just, like, ends. But it, like, starts off with, like, the MrBeast music and the editing, and it looks like... just... Just do the fucking MrBeast intro meme. I rented out the street in front of 5 schools to host a drag parade. It's gonna go through the entire town, including in front of each school through every day of this week. We're gonna be watching the conservatives' reactions as they lose their minds. Let's go. That would be pretty fucking good, though, unironically. Alright, really quick. Fake Alec Kyle Parker, thank you so much for the $55 donation. Hot damn, that is very, very helpful. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That really does go a long way, and I really do appreciate it. It says, hey Zan, how are you doing? I had a dream where Dylan was president and you were vice president. You were running for re-election, and you swept the floor in the debate. That is something that would unironically happen. I would totally run for president with Dylan. I guess we're in the same age range for it to be possible one day. Like we would both hit the age of that being allowed at the same time, roughly. Because Dylan's like, what, 20 and I'm 23? Or he might be 21 and I'm 23? Yeah, it could be a thing. Next Tuesday, I'll be having him on stream. Although he might have his schedule changed last minute, and understandably so, considering the developments happening in Russia, if he would rather reschedule our talk and move it to a later date so that he can have more time to research and cover and just dedicate his energy to what's happening with the Russia stuff right now, that would be understandable by me. But yeah, right now, as far as I know, it's still set to happen on Tuesday. Obviously, Dylan's been on the ground in Kherson, in Ukraine, has seen the fighting, was literally war crimed by Russia. He's got a lot to talk about, and I'm excited to learn from him. He's going to basically be just giving a very long lecture, and I'm going to be sitting my white ass down and listening. They've been doing uprisings. Hot damn. Yeah, I'm not I have not really looked much into the Russian coup shit that's going on right now because I was, having a bit of a coup inside of my guts when this shit was happening that I was a little more preoccupied with. Didn't you and Dylan have beef before? No, me and Dylan have never had beef. There was the most minor league drama ever when he meme kicked me from a debate thing that I did where I was doing pretty damn well was the consensus. It was a pretty unpopular decision on his part in both our communities, and he ended up apologizing and we ended up working that out. He wanted, I don't know how many of you guys were there for it, but basically there was this hippy dippy championship thing for a belt thing that happened, and I got invited. And I didn't really have high expectations to win, but I still put my all in researching the topics and really educating myself anyway. And then much to my surprise, despite having some pretty strong competition, I ended up doing really fucking well. I ended up it was a vote off each round type thing, and I ended up making it to the last 4. And it was very clear that it was supposed to come down to Demon Mama and Destiny. But I was very likely going to get voted to be in the top 2. It very well could have come down to either me and Demon Mama or more likely me and Destiny. And I guess that wasn't the matchup that was desired. And so Dylan basically found an excuse to kick me because he wanted to have it be Demon Mama versus Destiny for that round, which admittedly is kind of a Vincent McMahon move, which is the character that he plays for the hippy-dippy WWE debate stuff. But after we talked it out, he was his plan was to bring me on for another debate thing and for me to claim my, my falsely taken away rightful claim as the champion or whatever. But it's dog, I really put my all into researching those topics for over a week. One of the topics, by the way, was the U.S. pulling out of Afghanistan. The reason why I got canceled by the left for saying that if the U.S. pulls out of Afghanistan, very quickly the Taliban will take control of the country and they will instill extremely far-right authoritarian anti-human rights measures onto the country and its people, things such as women not being allowed to work or own businesses or own property or go to school, the things that ended up happening that I didn't even predict, like them bringing all the women's mannequins that model women's clothing out into the streets to burn because of the new regime. I predicted all these things and said they were worth accounting for, and I also brought up the fact that I really debated well on that topic, but when I made a whole video about the topic, I got canceled despite the fact everything I said ended up coming true. But to this day, I still get shit for saying that if the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan, there would be bad outcomes. And it is not just going to be this overall good thing where the U.S. is just going to pull out and it's yes, finally, things can finally go back to normal there. No, it's going to arguably get much, much worse for a lot of people. And vote, there were polls that back that up, particularly women. Women in Afghanistan did not want the U.S. pulling out of the country and allowing the democracy that the U.S. basically just put into place, installed, to fall until proper peace talks had been reached with the Taliban. And unfortunately, the Taliban were not open to any real peace talks. So that just meant they didn't want the U.S. leaving as long as it meant that their rights weren't guaranteed. So, a lot of the people of Afghanistan didn't even agree with us pulling out. Hey, and you know who else had a good take about this? Dylan. Dylan was also one of the very few people on the online left who came out and said, honestly, the U.S. pulling out of Afghanistan will not be a through and through all good thing. It's actually going to have a lot of very bad, horrible, side effects. But yeah, people who just hate America for no reason than other to hate America, they don't have a brain. They aren't thinking. All right, let me update that dono goal really fast. Thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. Puts us at $80 in the dono goal. Very based, very pog. All right, really quick chat. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So recently I've been watching a lot more of this guy's videos, and he's quickly become probably one of my favorite YouTube channels in the platform, period. His name is Walter Masterson. I'm going to copy-paste this video in the chat right now, and of course it will also be pinned in the description down below when this video goes up on YouTube so that you get Walter, put your dick away, Walter. I'm not having sex with you right now, Walter. Yeah. I'm going to drop his link in the chat right now. Please go subscribe, drop a like, go send support. This is a channel you need to be subbed to. You need to be watching this guy if you're a lefty and you're on YouTube. His content is fucking awesome. So recently, Donald Trump obviously got indicted with treason charges. It's real serious. We've already gone over this. But his supporters went outside the courthouse in Miami to protest. And what Walter Masterson does is he goes to right-wing protests acting like a conservative figure, and he trolls them into admitting how stupid, and dishonest they are, because their guard is down because they don't know they're talking to a lefty. He's really, really good. We're going to watch a couple of his videos that he did at this particular protest, because I feel it's important to remind us ourselves how far gone our political opposition are, because some of them truly are beyond saving. And they are just downright fascist because they like fascism. And it's just that simple. Let's watch.
National Archives already knew that he had the documents. They went to his house, looked at the room, and said, this is fine. We only recommend that you add an extra lock to everything. And Trump said, okay. And then they added another lock.
They added another lock to the bathroom?
No, not to the bathroom. It was to the storage room where they had the documents.
They were never in the bathroom.
Dude, why would anybody keep them in a bathroom?
Explain to my audience why Trump is innocent.
Because he doesn't do anything wrong.
He declassified all of these documents.
He declassified them.
The president has the right to declassify, and he did declassify on his way out.
He was the president, and when he left, he declassified everything.
Every president has a right to declassify anything they want.
Okay, sometimes he does a thing where he trolls by holding a Slim Jim out in front of the person instead of a mic, and they'll still talk into it for some reason. So that's what he was doing there.
Yes, declassified them, and this is a witch hunt.
Yeah,
Another one.
And I also think that the Democrats planted these documents.
Yes.
I know that he declassified the documents.
Okay, something he'll also do is literally make shit up. He'll just make up a new conspiracy theory a conservative would believe on the spot, and they'll agree with it, and just immediately add it to their belief set the instant he says it. You have to understand that is how these people operate. It's not that she just learned a fact that she believes, it's that she's learned a new conspiracy theory lie she can bring up when talking to her less politically involved friends that she can brainwash into believing the same shit she does on Facebook or whatever. Like, oh yeah, I should say that too. The Democrats planted that shit. That'll be a good talking point on Facebook. Oh, sorry.
But I also think that the Democrats planted the documents.
It could be. There's rumors to that effect.
They planted the documents that he had declassified.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised.
The process.
But he declassified them, and then they planted those same documents.
It's ridiculous. It's one thing after another.
Donald Trump declassified the documents.
Makes no sense.
But I also think that they were planted.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would believe that.
I mean, so planting the documents, it's not far from what they do.
You wouldn't put it past them.
No, well, no. As a matter of fact, I would almost bet on it.
I don't put planting out of the way of this DOJ.
He's keeping it for himself, maybe writing a book, putting it in his library. He was writing a book. Yes, he was writing a book.
It's part of his life.
Yeah, it's part of his life. It's part of his history.
President Trump's documents were protected by the Secret Service, which their documents, again, were not protected by the Secret Service.
You bring up a good point. Pictures of these documents, they were being protected 24/7.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and it looked like it too.
Most important message for all these woke people, liberals, whatever. Once you try to arrest your political opponent, you know that you're becoming third world country.
You have these Democrats chanting, "Lock him up."
Oh, this guy is the inheritor of a multi-billion-dollar fortune. I forget what the name of the motor company is that he's going to inherit, but it's a multi-billion-dollar fortune this guy is going to inherit. This guy is going to become one of the richest people in the world very soon. He is going to be like on Elon Musk's, like in the tier with Elon Musk almost, at some point in the future. He is going to be as big of a deal as Elon insofar as like the list of rich people that are like in the world as Elon when he inherits that fortune. That's right. That's right. This guy very well might be the next Elon. This is what capitalism does. Any old asshole can inherit billions of dollars and become one of the most powerful people in the nation. Any old asshole. That's right. That's right. This is capitalism, baby. Capitalism and democracy work real well together, don't they, chat?
You know, you have them. You have these Democrats.
What about Hillary Clinton?
Yeah. What about
those emails?
What about her email?
I mean, let's look at the Biden crime family. That's who should be here.
What about Clinton? What about 33,000 emails that were bleached off her server? What about all the criminal?
What about her emails?
What about her emails? Lock her up. Alvin Bragg, who's a nutcase. Jack Smith is totally corrupt. I think they should both be in jail.
This is called punishment by process.
Look at the picture. The bathroom is spotless. Dude, why would anybody keep them in a bathroom?
Look at the picture. The bathroom is spotless. Why would anybody keep them in a bathroom?
Somebody that has the money, that is a very clean
So someone was cleaning the bathroom every week.
Yeah, with the money he has, he's probably paying someone to do it, of course. It's a resort.
Why would anybody keep them in a bathroom?
So you're saying, so the Democrats planted those documents?
No, they moved them probably to the location for the picture. It's just a picture. It's just where they are at the moment. It's a resort. You know, that's like if you were to take the boxes and put them on the front of the house and take a picture. It doesn't mean that's where he kept them. That's just where they happened to take the picture after they took them.
Good fucking God. It doesn't end there, by the way. He went to the protest and he got multiple interviews. My favorite had to be, so as you guys know, the Chuds are super mad about Pride Month because it's June. Last month was May, which happens to be Veterans Month. We have a month to honor veterans 1 month before Pride Month. Now, veterans have notoriously been the false, cudgel for the right to claim they care about some group of Americans' well-being for a long time. They, of course, have fucked over veterans at every turn. But they still love to virtue signal about how much they support our troops, right? Because they only believe in, American patriotism and aesthetic only. Insofar as it can benefit them and their ideology, they like patriotism, but they aren't actually supporters of the troops or anything like that. However, they do love to push them as, their, oh, this is our group we advocate for, right? So, come Pride Month, they all started this year complaining about how there's no Veterans Month. But they were doing it in the last few days of May, right before Pride Month, during Veterans Month, indicating they don't know Veterans Month exists, indicating they don't really seem to give that much of a shit about veterans at all. Because it's lefties that know Veterans Month exists and are pointing it out to these conservatives that are indicating they do not. So apparently, lefties don't care about veterans or the troops, but they're the ones who actually know this fucking month exists. And conservatives don't, which should be quite telling. I'm a vet and I don't know Veterans Month exists? Really? That's crazy. Yeah, but it's mostly lefties that know about it. I know about it from school. Anyway, he went to that same protest, obviously, and he interviewed people asking about Pride Month and whether or not veterans should have a month. And as you can imagine, the responses... That one video we just watched was not an anomaly, chat.
Sad because all the black men and the white men and men of other colors also died for this country. We have 1 day for Memorial Day and 1 month
That's
for
right.
LGBT.
They should have a month for veterans.
Yeah.
There should be a month for veterans, right?
Why not?
Yeah, there should maybe like 2 months.
Why not?
Yeah.
Where are we going to find that kind of bravery, okay?
So there should be a month for veterans, right?
1,000%. There should be everything.
There he is again.
There should be a white American history.
Why isn't there a month for veterans?
Because it doesn't go with what they're trying to push.
You're a veteran. I think veterans should get a
Have
month.
a month. I believe
Yeah,
that too.
yeah. You said like 2 months.
Yeah.
I think there should be a month for veterans, right?
Yes, yes, absolutely. We should have more than 1 month for veterans.
Maybe like 2 months.
Yeah, or like the whole year, like Trump is saying.
What do you think about Pride Month?
I don't know. I mean, if there's going to be a Pride Month, there should be a month for everything, right?
There should be a month for veterans.
Everything. Veterans, straight people, white people, black people, Asian people,
You know,
gay
it's like,
people,
yeah,
everything.
They have a whole month for LGBTQ, but they don't have a month
They
for
don't know.
veterans.
Yeah, they don't have a month for veterans.
What do you think about Pride Month?
You know, I'm proud to be an American, and I'm a straight male as well. That's my Pride Month.
We have a whole month for Pride, but we don't have a month for veterans.
Well, the president should take care of that. You hear that, Joe?
Do you hear that, Sleepy Joe? There should be a month for veterans. There should actually be 2 months, maybe 3. You're right. I mean,
they did a lot for this country.
What'd you do for May?
For Mega?
May. What'd you do for the month of May?
Didn't do anything. It's normal for me.
I know. It's a normal month.
Yeah.
Right.
Send
Yeah.
my kids to school.
Yeah, right. But yeah, no, there should be a month for veterans. What'd you do for May?
For May.
They don't even know, dog.
Oh, it was my mom's birthday in May.
Oh,
so.
cool. Happy
Yeah.
birthday.
Yeah.
Veterans deserve a month. Maybe 2 months.
Yeah. Let's look at the Biden crime family. That's who should be here today. Is President Biden and his son. Hunter Biden and the president.
They said we're stupid.
Yeah.
Super stupid. We are dumb.
Yeah, they think we're so dumb.
And it's not stupid anymore. It's dumb.
They think we're so stupid and that we can't see what's happening right in front of our face.
A Toblerone.
I think this is one of the worst days in history since maybe Lincoln being assassinated.
Oh my fucking god. He's talking and doing...
Because they're sending...
How? Okay. There's no way that, like, he didn't say, listen, for just a joke in this particular interview, talking to the Toblerone. There's no way this guy doesn't look at that and say, hold on a minute, why the fuck are you having me talking to a Toblerone or a Slim Jim? Has this guy never been to a gas station before? To be fair, they are, like, dressed up and all this, like, get up for Trump in the middle of, like, Miami, Florida heat. And so there's a good chance they're suffering from heat stroke right now. Let's be real, chat. As a Floridian, there is a very much non-zero chance that about half this crowd is currently suffering from heat stroke in this video.
Death sentence, basically.
They just keep going after this guy and after this guy, and I can't wait to vote for him. I vote for him in the Republican primary, and I vote for him for president.
Viva Trump. We support the cops. Cops' lives matter.
And this is a way to manipulate the voting process.
Donald Trump is a businessman. Donald Trump has to work hard for the money he has. Okay? And he knows the meaning of having to make money.
Democrats, they think we're so stupid and we can't see what's going on right in front of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct. I mean, it's so obvious.
Trump has a nuclear football because you cannot turn the nuclear power over when you're in an insurrection.
He still has the briefcase?
He does.
Wow. Okay. Tell me everything.
Space Force has got it all. You know what? The scum keeps rising to the top.
Wait,
like
tell me about Space Force. What's Space Force?
Space Force. Don't you remember Trump created the
he
Space
created
Force?
Space Force.
So Space Force has nothing to do with space. Space is intelligence. This is intelligence. And that they have recorded it all. Space Force has got it all.
What do they have?
They got the riots from Black Lives Matter. They got Antifa. They got J6. They got it all
From space?
Yeah. Well, it's technology basically.
From it's like it's technology.
They also got the rods of God too. You know what that is?
What are the rods of God?
Think about it. Rods of God. It's something that comes directly from space, and it pinpoints your target. He lost. He let them steal the election because they tried to steal it during Hillary, right? And the military stepped in, right? And that's why they.
For those that don't know, he is unironically claiming right now that a science fiction concept where you have a satellite with a bunch of steel or titanium, or the heavier and more dense the better, like tungsten would be ideal, or something, lead, like spikes that you drop down from orbit, and the speed and power of gravity and terminal velocity cause it to be like a super powerful, like nuke-sized explosion when it hits the ground, right? Yeah, not real, not a thing that we actually have. One thing you need to remember is that the cost to send things up into space is based off of weight. So the issue is to make thing come down super hard and fast, it needs to be super dense and heavy, right? Which means you need to spend a shit ton of energy and money to get it up into orbit. And the more heavy what you're sending up into orbit is, the more fuel you need, which adds on more weight, which means more fuel. And so at that point, you're literally having to deal with, like, a monster-sized rocket, like the biggest rocket ever made in existence by far, just to send one of those tungsten rods up, if you wanted one that could do any substantial damage, right? This does not exist, at least not yet. It's just like, we barely send, like, water up to space because of how heavy it is, okay? Like, we have to limit how much water we send up to the ISS because it's so expensive to send it up there, right? We send foods freeze-dried to make it as light as possible to save money. We are not sending rods of super dense metal up into space to drop on places on the planet. Also, someone would have figured that out by now with either a telescope or a camera seeing it hit the ground, you know, because it would be literally earth-shaking.
And steal it. Because we don't elect people anymore. They're selected. And that's been happening for God knows how long.
Yeah, they're like selected by like the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and who would they're selected by the globalists who put all the money behind them, and they put all the fake votes and whatever they do to turn an election.
He means Jewish space
and
lasers.
There was a 16-year plan between Obama and Hillary.
Serbians for Trump.
Serbians for Trump.
I'm for Serbia.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're definitely not going to support Clintons. They bombed us in 1999 for their own agenda.
This guy reminds me of NoHo Hank from Barry.
Agendas. NATO bombed us in 1999.
They did it to get rid of
Slobodan Milosevic, yeah.
Slobodan Milosevic, of all people. So you don't think Ukraine should be an independent country?
Let me tell you something. Whoever knows the history, all right? You know who created Ukraine? Lenin in early 1900s, right? And you know,
so it should be a communist country?
No, Ukraine is not a communist country.
But Lenin
was, but he created Ukraine.
Okay.
You know where the original Russia was formed?
Where?
In Kiev. Nowadays Kiev. Original name of Russia was Kiev, Russia. We all know that Ukraine is the most corrupted country, period, you know?
Yeah, it's just too
it is not.
Corrupt.
It's way too corrupted, way too corrupt.
Shouldn't be independent.
Well, it's independent. Ukraine is already an independent country.
But it shouldn't stay independent.
I guarantee you one thing, if Trump was the president, the war will never happen. Will never happen.
Yeah, because Trump would just let Putin,
he wouldn't let him. He wouldn't let him.
Wait, so Trump would go to war with him?
No, he wouldn't.
But he would let him.
I like how it's like, when he approaches them in a way where it's like he's just a fellow bro looking to learn more, they try to explain their beliefs in a way that's less prepared for defense. And so if you are there to capture them with the mask off or saying the dumb shit they say to each other when they aren't being challenged, it's just so easy to get it out of them. It makes me wonder if I should do, like, more content where I try to make conservatives think I'm one of them and, like, draw out their beliefs from there and see how much awful shit I can get them to admit. Like, it feels like such a more effective way than outright debating them, because they'll just come up with a million different dog whistles and deflections, you know? So having to trick them into dropping the mask seems like it's kind of the meta. Like, I think this guy is probably, like, Ethan Klein does it too. I unironically think the current debate meta is to pretend like you're friendly with the conservative or chud that you're debating and slowly, like, act like you're just curious about them and what they believe non-confrontationally until they drop the mask. And just kind of baiting them into saying stupid shit and letting it hang. Yeah, like, it really just seems like that's the way to do it. Because, to be fair, we are back in another, like, Gamergate era where, like, every conservative pundit is, like, feeding their audience this, like, dialogue line of lies. And it falls apart with scrutiny, but it is also effective to just kind of have a go-to. Like, a go-to method that doesn't even, like, allow them to think to use that defense. Because they aren't even, like, in defense mode, right? I really do enjoy that channel. I think Walter Masterson's probably one of, if not, like, the best debate type channel on YouTube. I feel like he's really helped fill in the hole that was left by Andrew Callahan, like, ending up being a massive piece of shit, like, rapist. So, yeah. I hope you guys check out his channel. I hope you guys send support over to Walter Masterson. He deserves it. He makes some damn good content, and it's some of the best shit I've seen on YouTube. What'd you guys think of that segment? I hope you all enjoyed. Playtindo, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. It's so kind of you. Thank you. Said, these people live in an alternative reality. Trump would literally spit on their graves, and they would take a bullet for him. It's so freaking sad. It really, really is. I mean, hell, Donald Trump has outright said he doesn't really, like, care about his fan base. Like, he kind of regards them with disgust. But, yeah, I mean, they don't care. They think they're lesser than him. They see him as above them. That's a core tenet of fascism. They believe that because of his success, by nature of, you know, survival of the fittest, he has proven that he is better than them and he is above them with his success. You know, discarding the fact that he was born into extreme wealth and received a small loan of $1 million, which he didn't just receive a small loan of $1 million, by the way. Like, even if it was true he just received a small loan of $1 million, I mean, lol. But also, he didn't just receive $1 million from his family. God. Who remembers when a small loan of $1 million memes were like peak internet culture? Back when the internet was, like, overwhelmingly they liked Trump. There was a time when, like, disliking Trump online was not allowed. You were not allowed to dislike Trump online in 2015. Like, 2015, before Trump was a serious candidate and he was just a meme candidate, if you seriously disliked Trump, you were like a try-hard SJW cringelord. You weren't allowed to, like, seriously dislike Trump until he seemed to be, like, a serious competitor in the race. Because up until he won the Republican primary, he genuinely was just seen as a meme. And if you were someone who took him seriously, you would be ridiculed heavily. I wanted Trump to win for the meme. A lot of people did. But a lot of people just would literally ridicule you for taking Trump so seriously as to oppose him, like, loudly, right? Prior to him winning the Republican nomination. It's true. That is how the internet was. Because for the people who supported him, it was like you'd get attacked for not liking him. And the people who didn't, it was like, he's just a meme. He's just a, like, there's no way he's actually going to win, like, even the Republican nomination. Like, he's just a meme guy. Like, he's like, fucking the Tiger King guy, who was famous prior to Tiger King, by the way. Joe Exotic. He was literally seen on tier with Joe Exotic, pretty much, by much of the internet, in terms of, like, how likely he was to win. But then he won the Republican nomination, and that was the point where it was like, okay, well, at this point, the culture war has escalated to acceptance of Trump so strongly that at this point, there's a massive community of people who are very rhetorically and culturally, big and strong who support Trump outright and everything that he does religiously. Yeah, remember the Great Meme War. Turns out the memes helped him win. Not quite. You could say that, but it's a little more complicated than memes made Trump win. A lot of factors made Trump win. I think it was the culture made Trump win, alongside a decidedly broken system, because Trump didn't even win the popular vote. The thing that allowed Trump to win enough votes that he could win the Electoral College was, I think, a bunch of things contributing to create a culture that was just like, yeah, we want Trump. At least enough people said they want Trump that it was able to make our very flawed electoral system make him president, despite him not getting more votes than Hillary. That is true, Heavy Griddle, yeah. They were a part of it. It was really the fact that he was such a, he came off as a populist, right? He came off as an outsider who was going to drain the swamp. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Tyrannax. I really appreciate that. That is very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very based. All right, really quick. I've got one thing I got to Google. Damn. I was gonna walk and get food from a restaurant that's right around the corner from my place, but it closes in 30 minutes. Go run now. No. I'll have to order food after stream from somewhere else because it'll be closed by then. Nah. I would totally get there in time if I ended stream now, but I'd have to end stream, and I've only done 2 segments, and I haven't streamed enough days. So I'm gonna have to be hungry. I'm gonna have to be hungry, guys. It sucks, but living alone means that when you go live, you've got nobody to get you a snack, and when you've got nothing prepared, it's like, well, guys, I guess I'll be gone for 15 minutes while I make food, which means, dead stream, right? So either end stream or go hungry. That's how it is when you're a streamer. No, eat. I won't be able to afford to eat in the long run, though, if I don't stream, though. One night starving is a week of being able to afford to eat, though. That's the thing that you have to remember, right? It's a balance, Order food on stream? Nah. Get a Hot Pocket? I don't have anything that's fast to prepare. It's everything that I have would take too long away from keyboard to make. Love your system. That's how it is when I've had a real job. Yeah. I mean, I do have some ramen, but it'd take a minute to make it. Will you guys wait while I make ramen? I could eat it dry for no prep time. Would you guys get mad if I ate dry ramen on stream? I did that once, and chat got really mad. I ate dry ramen on stream while I was streaming Subnautica once, and the whole chat started, concern posting about me, asking if I'm okay. I was like, I've been doing this since I was 6 years old. You take the dry ramen, you break it up, and you put the powder over it, and you just pop that shit in. Okay, so because chat's getting mad about it, I'm gonna do it. Be right back. He's a madman? I am not a madman, guys. I promise you. I've done this many times. I'm a professional. I'm a professional dry ramenator. Listen, I get the off-brand shit. It's cheaper. You get this in like a big fucking... You get this in a big, what you call it? A big thing of these things? A big package of these things? Add an egg? Yeah, just break a raw egg over it. Yeah. Very good. Very good, chat. I'm proud of you. Yeah, a box of them, yes. A case, if you will. So you just crush them up inside the bag. Just a bit, you know? You still want them to be, like, pick-upable pieces, right? You dump it out onto your plate. You might have to break them apart further after dumping it out, you know? I will take this to the trash after stream. And then you get your plate of dry ramen. You got your plate of dry ramen, right? And your seasoning packet. This has been a very good and reliable snack on many a night to me, okay? When I am just too busy to make myself something else. Oh, this isn't the perforated shit. This shit's just like straight up struggle chips, true. I'll be right back. I have to get something I can cut. This one isn't perforated. This is my first cooking stream. No, I've cooked on stream before, and I've made some pretty amazing things, alright? It'll soften and stuff. Yeah, it softens up. It's like chips, dog. Is this a cry for help? Nah, dude. I've literally eaten this since I was a kid, dog. This is one of my favorite meals. This is chicken-flavored ramen seasoning, by the way. Got that open. And you want to open just a corner, okay? Because you're going to use it kind of like a salt shaker, alright? And you sprinkle that over the dry ramen. You just sprinkle it. You can turn some of the larger pieces over, because, like, they'll be bare on that side, and you just season it. You want to use all of it, too. Trust me, it's not too much. Dry ramen tastes fine. Real ones in chat, no. Real ones in chat, their mouths are watering right now because they know how amazing this is. You're going to eat uncooked ramen? Damn right. So you get like a nice piece like this one, nice bite-sized piece. It's covered in the seasoning. It's got a bit more on it than I would recommend eating in a bite. So if there's a lot on it, you can just tap it. And the excess seasoning will come off. And whatever sticks to it is good. And yes. It's really good. It tastes really, really good. It's super crunchy, but immediately softens in your mouth. Don't knock it till you tried it, chat. Seriously. If you haven't tried it, seriously try it. Y'all call yourselves leftists in chat, and you've never eaten dry ramen? You guys in chat, call yourself leftist. You call yourself proletarian, and you've never eaten dry ramen. Dry ramen is bis. Thank you, Salty Shay. just cook it. That takes time, though, okay? And something you have to understand is that I'm a zoomer. All right? I'm a zoomer, which means my attention span doesn't exist. It's gone. It disappeared years ago. My attention span is non-existent now, which means the longer it takes for me to do something, the less likely I'm going to be to do that thing. That's just how it goes, you know? So, sometimes, it's easier to just make a little bit of ramen. Because the zoomer brain, you know? Also, give me shit all you want. You guys ask me how I have such a powerful jawline, and I've been eating dry ramen and crunching on it, working out my jaw since I was a kid. That might have something to do with it. Let me get the next segment up. In Australia, instead of Lunchables, we have J&J noodle snacks, which is purposefully dry ramen. Hell yeah! This is normal in Australia. Okay. Alright, really quick. Does anyone have a link to the Emma versus Tim Pool debate? I have not seen it yet, chat. The entire video, chat. We're gonna watch the whole damn thing. It's on Tim's channel? That's fine. Better for me to watch it on Tim Pool's channel, and you all see it through me, and that give Tim Pool 1 extra view, then you all have to watch it on Tim Pool's channel and give it hundreds of extra views, right? Does dry ramen taste good? Oh yeah. I'd argue it tastes better than it does cooked. Unironically. Oh, someone in chat just tried it for the first time. You're right, Zan. Yep. Someone just tried it. Yep. It is actually better than it is cooked. It's true. It's 100% true. My food takes are not like Vosh's media takes. My food takes are amazing. You're knocking something you haven't tried. You're a bigot. That's what you are. You're a bigot. You're bigoted. You're a fucking bigot. How do you feel about that? Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Tyranax. I really appreciate it too. Thank you. I appreciate the $5. Here's a link. Oh yeah, I got it. Thank you so much. We will speed it up a bit. All right, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, I've been gone the last couple days, but apparently, while I was gone, a pretty high-profile debate ended up going down, and apparently the lefty side of things ended up doing quite well, which is good news to hear, personally. Apparently, Emma Vineland, I actually don't know how to pronounce her last name, debated Tim Pool, and apparently she did well. Like, she apparently brought out, like, a pretty good performance. I have not seen it. I have not been spoiled on any of it. Not having Twitter anymore kind of helps with not getting spoiled on anything like this, so now I know, or now I don't know anything going into this. We'll find out how well she did. I'm eating ramen right now. That is dry. I love dry ramen. Do not judge me. Actually, you're free to judge me, but I will not care about your judgment, frankly. So yeah, let's hop right into it. I've been excited to watch this since I heard about it.
Shows on Timcast IRL at Monday. I was talking like this, and then I figured I'd be fine by Tuesday, and then come Wednesday morning when I still couldn't talk, we were like, we need to call in the big guns, so we reached out to some people to see if they would guest host for us, and we got some people. We got the Jack and Seamus, so thank you all for that. This is the first The Culture War podcast we're doing live, as we're now getting into the purpose for what the show is. When we do shows on Timcast IRL at 8 or so p.m., we'll often have people come in who are either disagree with us on certain issues, and or that's primarily it. When they do, the show transforms from topical news into political and cultural debate. And so we decided we'd make a specific show that just handles those conversations and expands upon them so that we can actually get to the core of what people think, feel, why they want certain policies and why they don't. And a topical news show doesn't really work for that. So Friday mornings, here's what we're going to do. And we were posting this at 1 p.m.
I will say, I have so much respect for everybody at the Majority Report. Like, the Majority Report and the people that work there don't really tend to have as many, like, fuck-ups as other lefty or, like, media groups tend to have, you know? Like, Dave Rubin has had some cringe takes. Dave Rubin has had some bad fucking takes. We all know what TYT has been up to lately. They're posting some serious cringe lately. And then obviously you've got, like, Majority Report, the other one. Like, the other big one. And they just never miss. Like, they never seem to miss. They always seem to be talking about, like, keeping on the issue and being consistent, and they don't seem like they're grifting, and they seem very genuine and well-informed. And, like, they're not... Like, they are leftists, but they're not leftists for the sake of being leftists. They're leftists because they're smart, and they understand the world, and that has led them to their position. I really do have a lot of respect for the people at the Majority Report. I'm excited to see how this goes.
Before, but now we'll probably end up doing it live just because. So without further ado, without wasting any of your time, we've got two awesome guests. Sean, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Oh, I'm Sean Fitzgerald. I do YouTube at The Actual Justice Warrior. I cover primarily criminal justice related issues, and I'm happy to be here for your maiden live voyage of the Culture War.
If I ever go on Tim Pool's show, I am going to give him shit about having a basement underground skate park and not a basement underground shooting range. Can you fucking imagine being a conservative pundit who has the money to build an entire underground basement skate park and not instead or also making an underground shooting range? Like, dude, that is my dream. Personally, I thought this guy was a conservative. He's literally got an ammo box behind him.
And Emma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Emma Vigland. I'm the co-host of The Majority Report. Thanks so much, Tim, for having me on. I know that it was a little dicey with you and Sam in terms of him coming on, but I'm happy that you had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah, and it's. I just want to clear.
Tim wouldn't have Sam Cedar on Sam Cedar is like, to right-wingers, probably the scariest of all of them at the Majority Report, so understandable.
This up because I know that, you didn't want to have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you called him that is because you said that, we put your song through a filter on our show. And I just want you to know, I was hosting that day. We don't have the technology to do that, so I did not do that. So there you go.
Yeah, it was like...
Dude, it is wild how often Tim Pool calls people grifters. Like, Tim Pool is one of the most ready to call people grifters people out there. And it's just the biggest throwing of stones from glass houses you can possibly imagine. And he does it proudly and unironically. Yeah, I guess it takes one to know one, maybe.
Stand up for you.
So that specific issue was the song we put out, played on your show, had like the mids ripped out of it.
We don't have the technological ability to do that. We're just a bunch of leftists with like a soundboard. I promise you, nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity? It's free.
Well, no, the issue here is likely that...
I think what Tim is mad right now about is he's claiming that the Majority Report deceptively edited one of Tim Pool's songs to make it sound worse. This is the one thing I heard about this prior to watching, is that at one point, Tim Pool gets mad at them for and claims that the Majority Report deceptively edited his music to make it sound, and I quote, worse. I guess that's what he's mad about right off the bat. Okay.
No, I don't know anything about
if you don't have proper ingestion, then like the audio is going through a TV or something, it's going to sound really bad.
Right.
So if we were to like play music on the TV and then put the mics up to it, everything would be ripped out from it. And then if we were to say, listen how bad this sounds, it's misleading the average person into thinking that that's what the song sounds like.
But I played that, and look, I mean, we're here to have a great discussion, I think. But it's interesting that even though I played it, that was your justification for calling Sam a grifter.
It's not, though. The issue with Sam was that I put out a tweet where I said, we try to invite people on the left all the time. They always say no. And then Sam tweeted, challenge accepted, or something to that effect, like, I'll come on. And I was like, oh, this is great, because, Sam was actually the first person to ever shout me out, ever, in my career.
Yeah.
Praising me. And so I said, we will cover travel and accommodation, we'll fly you out, we'll take care of everything, let me know what day works for you. And he said something like the 13th, and I was like, this is fantastic. And then he DM'd me and was like, I'm not coming on your show. And I was like...
Yeah, it was because of COVID restrictions. I've seen the DMs. I told him he should put it on... I've told him he should put it on Twitter, but he's too good of a guy. I mean, maybe
Well, no, I published all the DMs.
Yeah.
Because then what he did was, he then... it's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment about me backing out or something, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, and then I messaged him, I was
Tim Pool's full of shit. He's taking whatever excuse he can get, like every other conservative pundit, not to debate Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar is probably, like, in the debate sphere, to give it, like, a comparison to MMO terms, if you left-click on him, his nameplate, where he would have his level, it's just a skull. Like, there's nothing you can do. They're terrified of him, and they should be.
I was like, are you kidding, dude? Like, we're going to pay for everything. And then he was just like, no, I'm not doing it. Are you crazy?
Well, then just do it. Like, I mean, I'm sure he'd be down to come down soon, and you guys could actually hash
the
it
issue
out.
has expanded more than that. I mean, so at the same time, there was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet. And he said, I'd love to come. And I said, when can you come? And he said, let's figure out a date. And so I DM'd him, and he said, I got to be honest, I'm actually concerned about COVID. And I said, totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out. And that was the end of it. Sam, however, used it on like a video and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up a whole bunch of clicks and views. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks. I mean, the dude's got like 170 videos about Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we do cover that. I mean, I think part of what we do is we try to respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet because there's a vacuum truly left. You guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space. We just try to combat it a little bit.
Really fast, I want to respond to what he just said, but I'm going to wash my hands first. I'll be right back. I got that seasoning on my hands. I have to use, like, the palm of my hand to click the keys. It's wild. Otherwise, I'll get seasoning on my keyboard and mouse. Lick it off? That's disgusting. Bro, I can still smell whatever the fuck it is that my landlord's cooking downstairs, and he is fucking cooking, dog. Holy shit. I had to, like, become friends with him so I can, like, get invited to dinner. Because, god damn. Has Zan dropped the code yet? I have not dropped the code just yet. I will give quite a bit of warning before I do. But we're getting close. I will say we are getting close to when I think I'll be dropping it. But yeah, let's resume. Let's resume. You can cut that out, Cherry.
Than that. I mean, so at the same time, there was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet. And he said, I'd love to come. And I said, when can you come? And he said, let's figure out a date. And so I DM'd him, and he said, I got to be honest, I'm actually concerned about COVID. And I said, totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out. And that was the end of it. Sam, however, used it on like a video and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up.
The Bluesky code. Yeah, I'm going to be giving away free Bluesky invite code in chat at a certain point in the stream. There will be plenty of warning beforehand, though. It's going to be dropped in chat, and it'll be first come, first serve. Whoever copies and pastes it in and gets done with the application first gets their account. And obviously, every time I get a new code, I'll be doing another giveaway, and hopefully, eventually, all of you will be on Bluesky. But it seems like it's the most fair way to do it for now. That's so evil. It's way too many steps to do it any other way than just dropping the code in chat. I'm sorry. I'm not... I can't go through the hoops of, like, finding out what social media you're on. Oh, you don't have Discord? You want me to contact you on Twitter? I don't have that. Like, yeah, it's easier to just drop the thing in chat and, yeah. Yeah, the streamer's equivalent to feeding piranhas. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's watch now.
A whole bunch of clicks and views. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks. I mean, the dude's got like 170 videos about Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we do cover that.
Okay. One of my favorite things ever is you got people like The Quartering who over the course of months will make over 100 videos on an actress like Brie Larson because she's a feminist. And that's fine. That's okay. But a channel that does 5 videos a day, that's a news coverage channel, talking about a large political pundit 175 times over the course of, like, 10 years is apparently excessive? Yeah, as long as somebody who's a large public figure with a big platform is continuously spreading lies and doing bad shit, over the course of a large period of time, a fair amount of response videos in one channel are going to pile up against that one person. It's just how it works. It's how political commentary works. If the right doesn't stop lying, then we got to keep on debunking their lies.
I mean, I think part of what we do is we try to respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet because there's a vacuum truly left. You guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space. We just try to combat it a little bit.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the culture war. I actually don't think whatever this space has more money because this is a fractured independent space of varying ideologies.
Bullshit. Nope. It's already been leaked many times that there are like shady right-wing organizations, like not even like right-wing organizations, just large like think tanks that like contact random figures and pay them to spread like right-wing propaganda. Like PragerU has been around for a while. They literally like did this with a bunch of conservative figures, brought them on, gave them a script to read off. Like most of these people are bought and paid for, and they're paid a lot. Like obviously Daily Wire offered Steven Crowder $50 million. And he turned it down, which is notable.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich.
I live in a one-bedroom. I mean, how did you get rich?
I started a website, took memberships, sold ads on videos.
Yeah, but the reason that you get ads and that we don't is because you more adequately serve capitalism and we challenge it.
We got our ads pulled. What do you mean? There's whole organizations dedicated to getting all of our ads removed.
Right, but the proof is in the pudding and where I'm sitting right now.
So this is memberships. This is almost entirely because people pay to become members of our websites. You know, if the Majority Report, you guys have been around a lot.
He is partially true. He is partially true. Lefty audiences tend to make less money than right-wing audiences. You're more likely to be progressive if you are a victim of capitalism. at least more so than someone who's a little more well off. So yeah, Tim's audience inevitably has a lot more spare income that they can spend on memberships and donations and super chats. They're watching in so many, like, such high viewership and such high volumes that, you know, even if his CPM is practically nothing, he's still making a large amount of money. So that's how he can afford an entire compound. I just got false striked to my channel and now am getting suppressed on YouTube again because I dared to debate Nazis on Omegle. YouTube's bots detected that as me saying Nazi shit, apparently, despite me debating it. Sent an appeal, got it rejected, and now I've got a mark on my channel for hate speech, despite the fact the video was me debating Nazis. That's a permanent mark on my channel now, unless YouTube eventually takes it away, but it's not likely. That happened to us a month ago. It's bullshit. Yep. It's a permanent loss of your warning, and it like heavily reduces your channel's ability to be seen in the algorithm. And we already know that these large social media platforms give right-wing channels special treatment with moderation so they don't look like they have a bias politically. Because if they did apply the TOS equally to conservatives and leftists and progressives or whatever, the left and the right, it would look way too much like they have a left-wing bias. Like, inarguably. They'd have to ban like 99% of conservatives off of YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, all that stuff. And they can't do that. So instead, the rules apply differently to the left and the right.
Longer than I have. The inability to provide a product to a customer does not mean that one political faction has more or is granted more because of capitalism or anything like that. Like if Sam is unable to, I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long, long time.
By the way, to spite the right and to give lefties the like ability to reach a wide enough audience to combat this shit, you can always support your favorite lefty content creators by dropping a simple like, maybe donating, subscribing, gifting a sub, all that good stuff. You know, I'm just saying, it's always there.
Right.
And he just like hit. And I'm not saying this to be like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to a market that generates revenue so we can expand our business. So we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers. I mean, we're basically only members. And okay, well, other right-wing media like the Daily Wire and stuff like that. And even what I'm looking.
Tim Pool's lying right now. He has massive big money, like interest. It's how he is able to afford this shit. It's not just memberships and stuff. He has pretty much like big fucking property, a huge compound. Like it's not just paid. He's being paid by someone or some organization a lot of money. He hasn't materialized that as a content creator all on his own. He alone is not that big.
Looking at the Rumble, what I don't know what you call that logo right there.
Looks like a rectangle.
Yeah, I mean that's a David Sachs. That's a venture capital backed venture, I believe. At the very least, Peter Thiel is involved and invested.
Wait,
there's no equivalent on the left.
Why wouldn't
Absolutely
you be able
not.
to get advertisers if like David Pakman and the Young Turks have advertisers? Your content's not like too
We do have
dissimilar.
advertisers. We just have, advertisers that are a little bit more within our system of values. And we're trying to combat corporate greed. We don't have a ton of advertisers that I think.
Like, I've only ever taken one sponsorship before, and it was for a product that they sent me before the sponsorship to try out. And I was like, basically what made me decide, okay, I'll do a sponsorship for this is it was called the Coldest Water. And I still have the water bottle. I need to find it. It's in my pack. I never found it after, like, getting here. The water bottle, like, was advertised as this super fucking good water bottle that would keep your water cold for a very long time. And I was like, okay, let's see. So, like, at noon, on a hot day when the AC had broken is when I'd gotten it, I filled it up with ice and water, like halfway with ice and halfway with water. And I, like, drank from it a little bit, but then I forgot about it and went back to drinking water bottles because I wasn't used to it yet. And I left it alone. And I fell asleep, and I woke up, and a full, like, 30 hours later, I come into my room, and I like, notice it's sitting next to my computer. I'm like, oh, shit. So I reach to grab it. It is ice cold to the touch. I unscrew it, and I expect it to just be water, and for it to just be, like, cold water still. No. The ice hasn't melted. There's still a pretty thick layer of unmelted ice in the surface of the water 30 hours later. It was a damn good water bottle, and after that I was like, fuck it, I'll take this sponsorship. I'll shill this shit. It's a good water bottle. It is.
Think align with leftist, or we have advertisers that we try to include in terms of like leftist values as well. But just by the nature of left versus right, it's asymmetrical warfare. But honestly, Sam should just put
you're
put those
passing on
DMs out there.
advertisers that don't align with your values. So
Yeah.
like you
But
have
we do the
those
same
options.
thing. We do literally. We have like 4 advertisers. We have, like,
Right.
4.
Right. Okay.
So the point that Emma is making is the right only cares about making money principally. And this is what I would say. I'd say, I mean, you guys only really care about making money, in my opinion. So, like, obviously you have a lot of it. All of your opinions, your rhetoric, your, like, positions, your videos, and the way you go about everything is to maximize your ability to reach a wider audience, increase your value as a content creator so that you can either leverage more money from whoever's paying you or make more money from a wider audience. It's all for money. His rhetoric is curtailed specifically for no other reason than to maximize his paycheck. He's a loser who is lucked out with a life-changing amount of funds that he will have until the day he dies. That is all he is. The same as Elon Musk, the same as all these other fools who lucked the fuck out and ended up being rich enough that they're able to pretty much opt out of society.
So our website has no advertisers, and it's almost entirely membership funded.
Yeah,
So
I mean, look,
everything here is because people give us $10 a month.
We're really trying to cover politics on our program, and I think that that's what is like our central focus. I mean,
Why
you
make
talk
a video about me and music?
Well, I mean, it was a little fun because it was kind of funny. But I mean, Sam comes from a comedy background as well. I would say that I think you misrepresent what our show actually does. The first hour, the free hour of our program before we go to the membership portion, is one that we literally have experts on Social Security, on international politics. It's not, honestly, something that is conducive to, it's dry. It's not conducive necessarily to a ton of capital investment or advertisers. And we're trying to make a difference in the world.
We don't have investment or, we have like 4 advertisers. Actually, we have 0 advertisers, and we got rid of them all. So
Okay.
we ended all of our advertisers. To be fair, on the podcast version of things, I think we have like 6. On the YouTube side of things, we've actually gotten rid of all advertisements. So now it's just like whatever YouTube does, they do.
Right.
And then we're starting our own companies. The reason we started our own coffee
What he means by that is YouTube puts mid-roll ads on the videos and the channel makes ad revenue if it's not been demonetized.
company, it's because I'm not going to say the name of this person, but there are organizations that lie in order to get our ads pulled. And so that's happened to us. One example is that there is, well, I don't get into too much of it, but there's a group that has argued that I have claimed that Donald Trump won in 2020, and they've used that to raise tens of thousands of dollars.
Bro has pushed the election was stolen conspiracy nonstop. To be fair, Tim has always been fairly careful in carrying as much water for the conspiracy theories as possible without outright saying that he believes in them clearly enough that you could get a direct quote. To be fair, I'm pretty sure. Maybe he has directly said it, but to be fair, he's usually pretty careful just to straddle the line. So I can understand how he might have at least the rhetorical ability to say that it was a lie, right? Because he's a weasel, of course. He's very good at being a weasel, though.
Okay.
I never said Donald Trump won in 2020. In fact, since Joe Biden got inaugurated, I said Trump lost, and these people need to accept it.
Right. Well, you said there might be a race war. There was that.
When did I say that?
I'm not sure, but you also said that.
I don't think that's a true thing,
The 10-year-old who got an abortion, who was raped, you called that a hoax.
Wait, no, hold on. No, I explicitly remember Tim Pool claiming the election was stolen. I remember Destiny went on there to debate Tim Pool, and we'll rewind it. I think something crazy just happened. I specifically remember Destiny went on there to debate Tim Pool, and they debated on the topic of the vote tallying centers flooding. And claiming, isn't that very convenient? And like bring up a bunch of clips to try to say, oh, but isn't this weird? Isn't that convenient? Project Veritas said this and that. Like Project Veritas found all these discarded votes and ballots for Trump. Like he literally argued with Destiny about how the election was stolen from Trump. I'm pretty sure I remember this. I'm pretty sure we like watched that debate on stream. Remember, guys, Tim Pool's whole thing is that you are now in an environment where you can't fact check shit. He's taken you across the country from your setup and your computer and your keyboard where you can fact check anything that he says. And now you're sitting there with nothing but your hands, twiddling your thumbs, having to debate every lie and anecdote that he brings up with you off the noggin. It's a very clever way of doing things. You can't debate me or come on my show unless you travel across the country and come to my compound and do a podcast in my basement with no resources to fact check anything. That is how Tim Pool does it. And if you refuse to do that, he'll say you're afraid to debate. That's unironically how he does it. He will not do debates or call-ins over video. And if you insist on doing that, he'll say, they know we don't do that, so this is just their way of cowering out. It's wild. It is wild. He will literally only debate you on, like, the most homest of turfs, where you literally can't even, like, Google and check if he's lying. You know, that doesn't make you wrong. It means that you literally don't have access to any resources to be like, hold on, Tim. Oh, that's bullshit, dude. You're completely lying. You actually did say that. He doesn't want that to be able to happen.
That lie in order to get our ads pulled. And so that's happened to us. One example is that there is, well, I won't get into too much of it, but...
Yeah, I actually will give Lance credit for this, even though Lance is an abuse defender. He brought papers. He brought, like, physical papers to the debate because he knew that he was going to be completely deprived of any resources that he could live check. Like, maybe they would allow him to have a phone, but you can't just fast phone Google the shit that's going on unless you're like, maybe Destiny could, like, with his fast fucking typing skills. But, yeah, on the fly while debating on camera, it's going to be hard to, like, phone Google shit, right? It's a very predatory way of doing your challenges, right? But it helps you to sort of create a narrative, right? It creates an image. Yeah, and Lance, like, held the papers up to the camera. I'll give him credit for that, but also fuck Lance for, you know, the abuse defense and whatnot, and calling the victims of abuse malicious liars.
There's a group that has argued that I have claimed that Donald Trump won in 2020, and they've used that to raise tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
I never said Donald Trump won in 2020. In fact, since Joe Biden got inaugurated, I said Trump lost, and these people need to accept it.
Right. Well, you said there might be a race war. There was that.
When did I say that?
I'm not sure, but you also said that.
I don't think that's a true thing.
The 10-year-old who got an abortion, who was raped, you called that a hoax. Have you retracted that statement?
So there's very deep context to that. What we're talking about when I say
that's been
hoax,
proven. I mean, charged. The rapist has been charged, and the doctor who provided the abortion fined.
So this is a really good example of the problem in the culture war, I would say. See, you don't know what I actually said, because I didn't say what.
This is the big problem in the culture war. People actually holding you to what you said.
What you're describing.
You did. I just watched it last night.
Right. And so what I said was the fact that they politicized this to win a political point is the hoax, not that the child was abused.
How does that constitute?
One thing I will say is big ups already to Emma for being on the offensive, because Emma has no doubt done her research on things Tim Pool has said. Tim Pool's job is to shotgun out, or sorry, I should actually say machine gun out for a more accurate description. Non-stop bullshit propaganda day after day, like a dozen videos per day on one channel alone. There are more videos than there are other channels, right? So Tim is just constantly saying a ton of bullshit, and while he can shotgun a lot of bullshit at you in the debate, if you go on the offensive and start attacking stuff that he said, he probably doesn't even remember claims that he's made from a week ago. So it's like really easy to get him caught up in contradictory claims and beliefs and whatnot, just based off of old videos that he's made from not even old videos, like a month to a couple weeks ago, and find blatant inconsistencies, really fucked up or wrong statements, outright lies. And as long as you stay on the offensive, he can't go on the offensive and try to get you in a position where you don't know what to say because you don't have access to Google to fact check the bullshit he's spreading. So if you just keep it on the topics you already researched on, he can't try to move the subject onto something that he can lie about.
Do the hoax, Tim.
So, like, let's say there's what's a good example of this? Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery is a really.
He's
great
trying
example.
to change the topic.
Right, so
look,
here's
so I want you guys to pay attention to this. Every time Emma goes on the offensive to bring up a specific thing Tim has said or a lie or a point that he's made that's bad, watch how quickly he tries to change the topic to another point. He's trying to distract her. She doesn't have a computer in front of her, the ability to take notes and, like, keep track of the topics. He's trying to get her off her game and distracted from this topic so she gets caught on, like, the Ahmaud Arbery stuff and completely forgets about this thing that Tim Pool knows he's caught on. I want you guys to pay attention for that and watch how often he does that.
No, I'm talking about this example, though.
Right,
the one that
so-
I just brought up.
Yep, she won't let him, though. If she's not letting him. Good fucking job, Emma. She won't let him. She's not letting him do it. I love that.
If I can't explain to you that manipulating a story for political gain is the hoax, then I don't know.
What's the manipulation?
Oh man, this is an old story. I have to pull it up. I think the issue was that they were able to actually get the treatment in state, but because of the law, they decided to seek it elsewhere. And I said, that is a hoax. I didn't say that it was a hoax that the girl was abused. I said, if they could have sought treatment in state under the exemption, I think it was Ohio, right? There was an exemption saying in the cases of abuse, the treatments are permitted, but they decided to make a public statement and leave the state anyway. I said, that is a hoax.
It was not a public statement.
But that's my point.
No, rape and incest exemptions are non-actionable. This is like well documented with abortion activists. How long do you think it takes to prove a rape or incest case before you're able to use that carve-out to actually get an abortion?
Doesn't it depend on how the law is written? Do you have to prove it, or does it have to be alleged?
I mean, first of all,
let me just answer
rape
that
is one
point
of
real
the
quick so we can clarify the thing on.
Sure.
I never said it was a hoax that the girl was abused. That is
Okay,
incorrect.
but honestly, this is a part and parcel of what you do. Is you put that kind of statement out there, and then you put caveats in to protect yourself.
Like
but
me saying that someone manipulating a story for political gain is a hoax.
It's not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen as abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
It's an
There's a
opinion.
particularly egregious example used to shine light on broader restrictions on abortion in this country. I mean, it's an opinion, but you haven't retracted it. It's false.
It's not false. If there is a story and the story is exaggerated or manipulated in an effort to sway people into believing one political faction over the other, you are engaging in a hoax.
I mean, isn't that what you guys do when you post like extreme videos of crime and things like
We
that?
don't do that. What are you talking about?
I mean, you respond to videos that are taken completely out of context, isolated
Like what?
instances.
I don't think you watch the show because that doesn't sound
I mean,
cool.
I do a little bit.
No, you don't. Because
Yeah,
we
I
don't do
do.
that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
well, that's not true because we don't do that. In fact, one of the points we make specifically is
I feel like she's setting something up here. I'm eager to see where she's going with this.
You show subway crime to talk
She's
about
not
all
wrong.
these inflated crime numbers. Crime is down in New York City in 2023 by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and
But don't
2022.
change the subject.
No,
right?
no,
You
I'm
accused
not.
us of publishing
wait a minute,
videos we
wait a
don't
minute.
publish.
If it's down in compared to 2021, and there was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021, then you're talking about something
It
that's
wasn't
down.
giant. It was a small bump from the
A
pandemic.
47% increase in homicide in the city of New York is not a small bump.
It was homicides have been on a precipitous decline since the 70s, since the 80s.
So she's actively calling them out for a lie they've said, and they're defending that lie. So for those of you guys that don't know, the right has desperately tried to push this. It's a very long-standing conspiracy theory, and it's based in it's to push racism, right? The idea is that diversity leads to crime. That is the perspective that they want to push, the idea they want you to get from their rhetoric, right? So they push the idea that New York City, Chicago, Baltimore, you go down a list of large cities that have a very diverse population of non-white people, and they will use the crime rates of those cities. Hell, they'll outright lie about the crime rates of those cities when they honestly, in some cases, don't even need to try to push this idea that diversity, or I should honestly just say what they mean is the presence of minorities, creates crime. It creates dangerous areas. And they'll dog whistle that with these liberal cities with their liberal mayors who have these, super loose laws where they defund the police and they don't let the police arrest murderers and they let murderers run free from jail in LA. You've heard these conspiracies, right? It's the idea that cities where you have the highest population of non-white people in this country are just absolute hellfire dens of crime. That is the perspective they want to push. It's mostly a perspective that city-dwelling conservatives who know they're full of shit say to urbanite and rural-living fans of theirs that probably haven't really been to a city before. This might surprise you, but if you've been to the South, you'll know this. There are some people out there in the South, in the rural areas, living in trailer parks and little sub-trailer houses that have literally never seen a building more than 5 stories tall. And that's not to shit on them about that, but it's to remind you of how many people there are in this country who have literally never seen a city before, and their only knowledge of what cities are like is what they see on the news. And based on where they live, what news outlets do you think they're getting their information from? They're scaring urbanites and white boomers living out in the sticks to convince them that if they go into the city, they'll immediately be assaulted by like a group of thugs with crowbars or something. And that like all these cities are getting... There's a reason why they say these cities have been burned down by BLM or burned down by Antifa. A lot of them believe that because they've not been to those cities. They've never seen a city. They actually, a lot of them unironically believe a sizable amount of like LA and a lot of these other cities have been burned down by crime and riots. They unironically believe this, that there are just swaths of buildings in these cities that are just charred to rubble by riots at any given time. They actually think this is real. They believe the over-exaggerations of the pundits they listen to. Because honestly, for a lot of... Yeah, they think the city of Portland is just a crater at this point. Absolutely, Heavy Griddle.
Since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic, and now it's back down in 2023.
So,
that's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data. That's on all major crimes. Murders, rapes, grand larcenies, robberies.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak, for sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders.
He's full of shit. Crime has consistently been dropping for a very long time now. What he might be right about if he claims it, and I feel like he might, is that proportional to what crime is happening, violent crime has gone up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but let's say you've got one line, right? And this line is the crime line, right? That crime line is generally going down, but if you also had a line that was like the violent crime line, that's kind of going up, but very tinily and gradually, and only within the margins of the overall decreasing crime rate. Like, I'm going to be honest, I think an unironic big part of why crime is going down is that Zoomers are too lazy to commit crime. Like, let's be real. How many Zoomers do you know that would absolutely be, like, legit criminals if they weren't so lazy? Like, do you know how long it takes to rob a bank? Can you imagine a Zoomer spending, like, hours holding up hostages without, like, looking at their phone to watch some, like, Subway Surfers footage? Yeah, too much planning. Too much follow-through. Like, dog, Zoomers don't have that type of motivation or time, like, attention span or anything. Work ethic, it's ogre.
So I think that's the largest ever in the history of the city of New York. However, my standard it's not as bad as the worst time in the history of the city of New York. When I see murders jump year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
Year
listed?
over year, as in from 2020 to 2021. That would be a year over year increase. That is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe, 2010. The greatest year over year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down.
Yeah, it's down compared to the increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic where people's desperation and their mental health was severely harmed.
Remember, guys, to this day, conservatives are trying to argue that any negative outcomes caused by the pandemic were not real. Like, it's fucking insane that they actually are trying to claim, nah, that can't be explained by the pandemic that swept across the country, particularly cities with the densest population. Tons of people lost their jobs and couldn't afford rent. They had to do a rent freeze so that people wouldn't be evicted. Like an eviction moratorium, sorry. Like, Jesus Christ, we did stimulus checks. Donald Trump, of all people, had to back at least one of those stimulus checks, if I remember correctly. There was a point where Donald Trump even backed the stimulus checks at one point, if I remember correctly. Maybe just one of them. He might have been, like, in favor of a lesser one, but even Trump was in favor of backing the stimulus checks because they had to admit, okay, the country will literally die if we don't do this. Like, if we don't give, like, a basic lifeline of money to, like, everybody, like, the country will literally die.
People were out of work, and that kind of desperation leads to more crime. That's the reality.
Plus, he wanted the credit, yeah,
of how crime works. Poverty leads to crime.
I would imagine.
So why do you think 25 people got shoved in front of trains last year?
I don't know, dude.
Well, that's a legitimate question. You're saying that you're saying poverty and desperation results in crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominantly, I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys, shoving people in front of trains. Last year it was 25, and so that is.
So that's a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem.
So the narrative is now homeless people are like so they hate homeless people. Listen, I live in Seattle. Okay, the other day I was walking to the vape store. And I had to cross the street. And the guy across the street was a homeless man who lives in the bushes next to the sidewalk that I walk past when I go to the vape store. And now if he was just like regular old homeless guy hanging out, it wouldn't be a big deal. But he was screaming at random cars that were going by. And so me and my friend decided to take a different route. We just kind of went to the other side of the street because that guy was actively having a mental breakdown screaming at cars going by on the corner. So, listen, I've seen some crazy homeless people. I've seen some homeless people that, like, you know, you're like, whew, I wish you weren't in my neighborhood. Wow, okay. But that doesn't lead me to hating homeless people. And it shouldn't. But a lot of people, it makes them. A lot of people just outright hate homeless people because, like, every time they interact with homeless people is not a good interaction generally, right? Like, either they're being asked for money in, like, a uncomfortable feeling scenario. Maybe they're getting robbed. That happens. Maybe they've been attacked. Maybe they're seeing someone having a mental breakdown. But most homeless people, and here's the key, you never see them. You never hear about them. They don't bother you. Because they're just trying to survive, and they're normal people who have gotten into a really bad situation. The issue is, though, that a lot of people just, you don't even think about them, right? Like, a lot of people's opinion on homeless people is created by a filtered amount of experiences that is only naturally going to lead you to a negative opinion, right? If that should make a lot of sense to you, right? And so, because of that, because so many Americans just outright, by default, have a pretty negative opinion of homeless people, which, by the way, they, like, even conservatives shouldn't when you consider the percentage of Americans that are of homeless Americans that are veterans. But that aside, they want to turn homeless people into this boogeyman, right? For the urbanites, right? And the people who live in the sticks to be like, oh yeah, these homeless people are literally so crazy and off the chain and the government can't do anything about them. They will literally push you onto the train tracks and you'll die if you go to New York City. That's the perspective of cities they want you to have. That you'll either be attacked by minorities, homeless people, raped or groomed by queer people. Like, that's really the narrative they want to create about cities to these boomers that live out in the suburbs and in rural areas.
In this country, we have an issue with not having socialized healthcare, where people are unable to access healthcare, mental health care in particular, but also every other kind of healthcare. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what is your stance on Medicare for all and healthcare?
I'm for universal healthcare.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to have some kind of like basic coverage for universal standard, meaning like if you're having an episode, this is particularly where we bring you in, we help you. If you're broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge-based. The challenge with it is that we got limited space, we got limited doctors, but, you know, I don't think we can function as a society if we have people just dying in the streets like we do with drug abuse and, you know.
Well, then we should.
He basically believes that, like, the system that we already have should continue. Guys, what he's describing is essentially the system we already have. You know that, right? If you have broken bones and you go to the emergency room, they have to take you in. If you're bleeding, like actively dying, and you go to the emergency room, they have to take you in. They make you stable, and they keep you there until you're, like, ready to go. They don't even let you leave the building outside of a wheelchair. They wheelchair you out of the building, and unless, like, you're not allowed to stand and walk out on your own. And then they bill you. And guess what? Medical bills aren't, like, legally enforced. I had an outstanding medical bill I didn't pay for, like, 5 years. It fucked up my credit a little bit, and my credit's long since recovered. It affects your credit for sure, but, like, as far as there's nothing that stops currently Americans from being able to go into, and it's time-based. It can be forgiven over a certain amount of time. There's nothing that stops Americans who are actively bleeding out, broken bones, the things he's describing, from going and getting medical care. The issue is that it'll heavily affect their credit if they can't afford to pay the bill for the ambulance and said treatment. The real problem is there are millions and millions and millions and millions of Americans with other chronic and less severe issues across this country that affect their quality of life and ability to honestly be productive workers in the economy. And they are the ones who can't get access to healthcare because if you say have, I don't know, cancer, I know this from experience because my grandma died from lung cancer when I was 16. If you have cancer, you have to be able to afford treatment. Otherwise, what my grandma had to do, because we didn't have money, and she certainly didn't have money, was if there was a night where she just couldn't breathe, she couldn't afford the equipment to be able to get breathing stuff, she would just call an ambulance and go to the hospital and stay there for as long as they'd let her stay, because she'd be on oxygen, and she'd get free food. And they'd send her home, and then when she had her next breathing issue, she'd go right back to the hospital, because that was the only way where she could get help. And eventually, she was able to get on an Obama-created program that allowed her to get treatment. But it was very late into her sickness, months and months and months after we found out, and she did not live very long. She didn't even go into remission. She died within, less than 6 months. So that is the kind of issues that we're talking about here. People who have, a severed femoral artery are not being denied medical service at the hospital. They're going to the hospital, getting treated, and then going home with a massive medical bill that they may or may not be able to pay. And if they can't, good luck buying a house. Good luck buying a car. Good luck renting anything. That is how this country works. It is not... what Tim Pool's describing is not him giving way to anything. He is literally describing the status quo in a tricky way here. He literally isn't saying that he believes in universal healthcare of any kind here. He's describing the literal current exact system.
You should promote housing first policies on your program. In Houston, what they did, there was a pilot program under Obama. It was a HUD grant. And they reduced homelessness by 63% over 10 years because they guaranteed housing. Do you think that the 25 examples that you cite last year, and there's over 2 million subway riders a day. So you cherry picking that, I feel is...
It's not cherry picking. It's you mentioned that desperation leads to crime.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why it is specifically that we saw this increase. Is it someone's desperate, but why murder somebody? You know what I mean?
Well, they're experiencing a mental health episode. We do not have adequate healthcare in this country, mental healthcare. I hear a lot of talk often after mass shootings that mental health is the most important thing in this country. Then we should have socialized healthcare so everyone can have access to it.
There you go, Emma.
And that paired with a housing first policy where cities don't become urban centers for just bridge and tunnelers who want to come in and see a show or for restaurants.
I'm going to tell you this, okay? Do you know what would very quickly solve a massive amount of gun injuries, deaths, etc. in this country? The following policies, okay? No bans or anything like that. You start with what we have now as a basis, right? Right now we have, in most states, quite a few pretty good systems. Some states are a little cringe. I agree with what they do here in Washington, where it's you hand over a shit ton of information to verify who you are. You have to verify you're a resident of the state, all that stuff. You get background checked, and then a month later, after a month waiting period, you get your first gun, right? I think that's a pretty good system. I think that's completely reasonable to build on, right? I think on top of that, this would massively drop the amount of gun injuries and deaths in this country overnight. Would be if alongside buying a gun, mandatory in every state across the country, every time you bought a gun, you had to be administered a test. Just like a driver's safety test. A test on paper, which, trust me, they already practically do that at a lot of ranges. It's not that hard. And a test physically. With said gun, demonstrating you know how to handle it and everything, and then you're allowed to take it home. Wait, they don't do that already? I have not heard of a place where they do that. There are ranges where they'll, and stores where they have a range where you can try it. Hey, you want to buy this gun? Okay, you've got the background check. Okay, good. All right, before you take it home, would you like to try it? You can buy some ammo here and you can take it into the range and try it out. Like, they'll do that, but you're not required to try it out. It's like a bonus if you buy some ammo. Yeah, we don't have anything like that here. Literally a mandatory test and training, like a driver's license test that came along with at least buying your first, if not every gun. Holy shit. Overnight, that would have a big effect. Obviously, criminals would still get their hands on guns, just like criminals still get their hands on drugs. When drugs are illegal, if it's illegal for them to get their hands on guns. However, if the sale, production, and the management of guns is more heavily overseen, it tends to have positive outcomes. It tends to have more positive outcomes, right? The issue is there are a lot of loopholes, right? And that can be a problem as well. But I do think the Democrats need to stop trying to make it so you can't get a gun, right? Like, for example, how many, like, people in Washington do you think are probably going to, like, vote red? Obviously, it's not going to matter much, but, like, some percentage of Washington Democrats are going to vote Republican next election because of that Democrat semi-auto ban. The Democrat governor of the state passed a semi-auto rifle ban. So you just can't buy semi-auto rifles in this state anymore. At all. You can own them. You can inherit them. I think you can receive them as a gift. Can't buy them. Which means all the Nazis and far-right militias up in the, up in the mountains have all their fucking arsenals kitted out. And they passed this bill just in time for the wave of, like, left-wing gun buyers that happened during COVID. So it basically means that the city is super disarmed and the rural area full of Nazis is super heavily armed. And it was passed by a Democrat who is resigning, apparently. Thank God. So yeah. If I get to do anything with my political influence, I hope it's being able to influence Democrat gun policy. Not even Democrat gun policy, more so Democrat gun rhetoric. As a matter of fact, maybe I'll do another segment about guns on that topic in regards to, like, Democrats' horrible rhetoric on firearms. I think that would be a really good segment to do. Let's watch a little bit more of this because it's already been an hour we've been reacting to this, and it's 17 minutes in.
On associations, where places where people can actually live and there's guaranteed housing for people. If we were able to do that, we would be able to drastically reduce the crime that you guys are talking about.
So when you're talking about poverty leading to crime, like, what is that based on? Because after Prohibition was repealed,
all of human history.
During the Great Depression, crime fell. During the Great Recession, people with your line of thinking thought we would see a crime spike nationwide. It didn't happen. You can actually look at the crime wave if you wanted to pull it up. That didn't occur. And that was the largest recession in the history of this country since the Great Depression. So what we've seen throughout American history is poverty not leading to crime. What we actually see is the opposite, that crime drives areas into poverty. We look at store closures across the country due to the fact that we have shopping.
He tried to argue the same thing in our debate in Texas. I actually, technically Emma's wrong here. The actual thing that causes crime is not, like, poverty, but wealth disparity. So poverty right next to wealth, or upper middle class, like, level wealth, right? So it's like if you have, like, train tracks separating, like, a middle class neighborhood from, like, a really, like, low income neighborhood, you know? That is what leads to crime. And what he is trying to claim, which is something that, like, nobody who in sociology or criminology agrees on with him here, this is just a conservative conspiracy theory, is that the crime just happens, wink wink. And also, I believe if anybody has the clip of it, by the way, in Texas, I looked him dead in the eye and said, it might have been, might not have been AJW, it might have been Nuance Bro, I forget which one of them it was. I was debating both of them. I said, okay, wait, if it's not wealth disparity or poverty that's causing the crime, and the crime or the poverty is a result of the crime, then what's causing the crime? Why are the criminals doing the crime? And you've just admitted that you believe that it's mostly minorities, black people doing the crime in the cities. So what is it that's making the black people do crime, if not wealth disparity or poverty? And he just said, I don't know, you tell me. I was like, I'm asking you. And he said, well, now I'm asking you. I was just like, okay. If anyone could find that clip, it's really fucking good. It's a really good clip. It's my favorite, like, gold star, like, what's the term for it? Like, in Overwatch, when you get a play of the game. I feel like that was my play of a game, like, snapshot moment from that debate.
Uplifting. That leads to decaying in the neighborhoods. When people abandon the neighborhoods and you see this blight, that has a psychological impact on people, and that drives people to commit these crimes.
I mean, you're working backwards from the...
No, you're actually working backwards.
Wait, but no. Poverty, clearly, this is a very simple concept, leads to something like shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based on a personal pathology? They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not necessarily. Like, so we have a lot of lax shoplifting laws in California, for example. And what they find is we have a lot of organized retail theft because there's no consequences for it.
It's profit.
For instance,
people are trying to make money,
well,
and they're desperate, and we have untold levels of income inequality in this country.
Well, is it income inequality or poverty?
Since the late 70s, 900%. That's the increase in CEO pay versus 12% for the working class in this country. You don't think that leads to levels of desperation?
So wait, is income inequality the cause or is poverty the cause? Because those are two different things.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
They do. Though it is important to clarify that what causes poverty, like what you can directly attribute, like, sorry, not poverty, what you can directly attribute crime to in terms of like a area, like you can look at a map and see where crime is likely to happen, is wealth disparity. Borders of nice neighborhood, bad neighborhood, just put it simply, really. Like those areas, like you can literally put like a red area over that. I wonder who else did that. Banks back in like the 1960s and every time before that. Like you could literally put a red line in those areas and predict that is likely where you're going to see a lot of crime happen. Arguably a lot of property crime. Arguably a fair amount of organized crime. Oh, guess what happens also a lot? Hey guys, I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of something, a little bit of a thing, okay? I grew up in like when I was in high school and middle school, I was in like the rural area of Florida, the white trash rural area of Florida. And I say white trash lovingly in this term, okay? These are my Florida homies. They were all, when I was like not all of them on the swim team, a couple of them on the swim team, but all of my coworkers when I worked as a lifeguard, they were all doing drugs. They were all, like, all of them were smoking weed for sure. Quite a few of them acid. A few of them were doing coke. Quite a fair amount of them were on meth. You know, it's a bunch of teenagers and 20-somethings working as lifeguards at a park, right? I was the only sober one there. I swear to God. I was the only sober one there as far as lifeguards go. Meath, Breaking Bad reference. But guess where they all went? All these white kids went to go buy drugs. They went to poorer, predominantly black neighborhoods. So you got like a big city where you've got like a nice neighborhood that's predominantly white, like very expensive, very redlined, that kind of thing. And then right across, say, a highway underpass or a bridge or a train tracks. If you've been in a lot of cities before, you know these are generally indicators of like separators where redlining has been done. You will directly be able to see, like that people, like there's no difference in the crime happening in one area or the other in certain respects. For example, drugs. For like a lot of these lower income areas and on these border areas, they get seen as like, oh yeah, a lot of non-white people are doing drugs and shit there. No, that's just where all the white people who also do a ton of drugs, because as we know from studies, like white people do just as much drugs as black people do, are going to go buy their drugs. And so who's more likely to get caught in that scenario? The person selling the drugs, who's non-white, or the person buying the drugs, who's white and wealthy, coming from the wealthy neighborhood. So many factors compound on top of each other to make it so the perception and the legal application of this penalization specifically targets non-white people. And then you've got this asshole who gets to say, actually, no, crime doesn't come from poverty. It's just that, like, brown people living near white people just kind of manifests crime. It just kind of spontaneously generates out of nowhere. Yeah. Like, bro, come on. I know you're smarter than this because I've talked to you in real life. I know you're full of shit, dude.
We really don't.
Yes, they do. Because all the wealth is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not a zero-sum economy.
Down.
But also, if income inequality is the driver of crime, then how come we saw a giant crime decline after the mid-90s when income inequality was going up? In fact, we saw this happen.
Because despite the fact that income inequality has gone up, quality of living per your, like, level of income has still gone up. So a poor person... like somebody who is like really poor, barely scraping by to live back in the 80s had a much harder life than a poor person getting by now in 2023. In some respects, the person in 2023 has it harder, but in a lot of other respects, a person in the 80s or 90s has it harder, such as, I don't know, lead paint on their walls. That's a good start. Yeah, there's that. You've obviously got the fact that this is before a ton of Democrat policies that help to expand, like the ability for kids to go to school and get a good education, free school lunches, not No Child Left Behind. There were like other learning programs that were actually pretty good that weren't like Bush's bullshit. There's like a bunch of stuff that like lead in our water. Yeah, that too. There are a lot of reasons why. For example, luxury goods. Luxury goods are something that have gotten cheaper since the 80s and 90s, in large part because of outsourcing. Recent world economic developments in regards to outsourcing manufacturing, particularly to China, Taiwan, a few other countries. I believe that India, a lot of stuff is manufactured in, like mostly China though. The globalization of our manufacturing has led to luxury items becoming way cheaper on American markets. This is objectively true. It's why Donald Trump's tariffs on China were so destructive to American markets and American consumers in the end. Because China, being where a ton of our electronics, for example, are manufactured, means they're cheaper here because they exploit their workers even harder there. It's true. And so nowadays, poor people can't afford iPhones pretty often. There are a fair amount of poor people in this country that can't afford iPhones. When I say afford, I mean that in a very loose phrase. I mean, they can buy an iPhone, like they can get an iPhone. And that's something that's very different. And that's something that iPhones are dumb. I mean iPhone in like the most like broad sense, like a phone, like a cell phone, sorry. They can get a cell phone, right? And hell, in this day and age, a cell phone very well can be the difference between poverty and having like a pretty decent life. Like if you don't have any access to the internet or like a phone or anything like that, being able to get a smartphone, like that lets you apply for jobs. That lets you get in contact with people, call the police, call an ambulance, find out where food is, bring up a map. If you're homeless, that's so useful. Like, there's a lot of reasons why being poor now is just better than being poor back then. So despite the fact that it is a problem that being poor is becoming more common now and is becoming harder to not be poor, even if you are poor, things have become marginally better for poor people compared to back then. That does not mean that there should still be poor people who, on plenty of other levels, are not able to live a quality of life that is conducive with living in the most wealthy, successful, and powerful country on the planet.
All the way to 2019.
Can you repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way to 2019 while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is driving crime?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure, you're the expert, but I do know that you're saying that there...
Not to mention, since then, think back to the 80s. Like, we're talking about we're talking about from the late 80s to the 90s, right? Up to now, right? 2019 and when COVID started. What else has happened since then? multiple modern progressive Democrat presidents who have actually funded institutions and bills meant to expand access to mental health care. For example, my grandma had something called an Obama phone. My grandma was so poor. She literally sold like old antique items that she would like basically like pawn, I guess you would say, like flea market stuff. Like she'd buy it cheap, sell it a little more expensive to somebody who knows its value. Like buy it from someone who doesn't know how valuable it is at the flea market, sell it to someone that she knows how valuable it truly is, and then sell it for its actual value to someone who knows how much it's worth. That's what she would do. It was mostly like jewelry, like Native American like arrowheads and artifacts that we'd find in Florida. Like me and my grandma did find a lot of like arrowheads and cool fucking Native American artifacts and riverbeds we might have sold at flea markets once or twice. That's what she had to do, and her quota was to make $100 a day, 5 days a week. She had to wake up at 5 a.m., pack everything into a van, like, and go to the flea market a couple hours away. I'd get a hot chocolate, she'd get a coffee. We'd pass the Clearwater Bridge, we'd go over it, and most of the flea markets were like in Clearwater in that area. We'd go to Webster, Wagon Wheel. If you're native to that area and you know the flea markets, you'll know what those are. Webster was a big one, and we'd sell shit, and she'd be trying to make enough money just to keep the lights on, just to keep the bills paid, just to pay off her mortgage, which she eventually was able to do. But she was basically working tirelessly. Tirelessly, she would work. And she had not enough money to afford basic luxury stuff, right? She didn't even have cable or internet, right? She couldn't afford it. She just didn't have the money to afford cable or internet. So for a long time, she just had VHS tapes and a VCR player when they did that whole, like, no more free cable channels thing. If you guys remember, like, if you're American, you might remember, like, it used to be, if you didn't buy cable, you had, like, 64 free channels, and then they just said, yeah, we're making it so you now have to buy some kind of box to get, like, any channels at all, but it'll be better quality. And it was like, what? And then it went down to being like 3 channels and they're like fuzzy as fuck. So like my grandma for a decade had no cable, no internet, just VHS tapes and VCR players. Obama getting elected was a big deal for her. Her quality of life went up significantly when Obama got elected. Clinton being elected was a big deal for her. Democrats, like knowing someone who, like having someone in my family who was like really poor. Was she conservative? No, she heavily. My mom was a Hillary supporter during the primaries. My grandma was an Obama supporter. I went with both of them to the polls to vote. I was in favor of Obama winning because my grandma was my best friend and I was a little kid. I was 8, maybe 9. And I wanted who my grandma wanted to win. And my grandma liked Obama. My mom liked Hillary. So yeah, my grandma's always been a Democrat. Also, I'm pretty sure my grandma was bi or at least a lesbian, if I'm being completely honest. I'm gonna be really, really honest. My mom also concurs. But yeah, that said though, was she masked? No, not really. I mean, not necessarily. But yeah, basically, she had like an Obama phone, as she called it. She got it because of a program for like free flip phones, and she needed that thing. Like it was her only way of cellular like communication, texting, all that. Like in a lot of ways, she like very much was like pretty low on the income scale of Americans, especially in the end like decades of her life. And yeah, does that make Zan 1/4 gay? Real. But like towards the end decades of her life, Democrats getting elected distinctively in literally like quotable, notable ways improved her quality of life. So honestly, the reason why crime has gone down is because some more Democrats have gotten elected. That's why.
there was an increase in crime in 2021 and 2022,
Well,
and it doesn't matter now
I don't know
that
if
it's
you can
going
see
back down to 2023 levels.
This is just New York
I can't
City.
see this. Yeah.
I just pulled up New York City.
Look at that. Right. Exactly.
So at the start of 1990, crime was at its highest, and it dropped rather massively into just before 2000, where it continued to decline. And then from 2019 into 2020, we see a huge increase. That's pre-pandemic.
Right.
So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
No, to be clear, that's not pre-pandemic. That's the year-over-year increase. So it would be in the year 2020. To be clear, so 2019 would be the low number.
The increase actually, the draw is before 2020, meaning that could be 2018 to 19.
No, Tim. Do you not know how to read charts? This is 2010. That's 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. Pandemic hits. 2020, 2022. Tim, you've destroyed yourself with your own chart. Even actual justice warriors calling out Tim's bullshit on this because the chart itself disproves what Tim is claiming. This chart shows you that crime has been on a steady decline in New York City until COVID hit, where we saw a, let's be honest, not that terrible spike in crime. We're literally back to 2010 levels, which were themselves already on a steady decrease down heavily from what we saw in the 90s. Look at this spike. This is economic anxiety at work here. One thing they'll point to is murders, an increase in violent murder-like crime. Like, oh, how can income inequality lead to more murders? And it's like, well, are you aware of organized crime? Like, don't you think, like, if the, like, or all organized crime is happening for money, murder happens in organized crime, and a time where economic anxieties are higher, gangs, mafias, like any criminal organization, cartels, are going to be doing more violence and crime than ever because there's more necessity for money. So, yeah, like, obviously you're going to see a proportional spike across the board in all crimes, not just ones that can be directly in your mind, obviously tied to economic anxiety.
Then if that's the point you're making.
No, it's I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you track it, you have around.
Yeah. There it is. There, I knew he would bring up murders. I knew he would bring up killings. That's their go-to. Ah, yes. All right. Well, okay. So the crime rates do suggest that they went up with COVID, but if they were non-money related crimes, non-profit related crimes, then that destroys the idea that they did it because they're poor. And it's like, what about gang shootouts? If you've got a bunch of young kids who are now like growing into like 17, 18, 19 in a pandemic in the city, their parents got fired, they're probably going to have no other choice than to join a gang. And that's going to lead to things like gang shootouts and whatnot, which, hey, guess what? They know is the case. I know they know that's the case. Because conservatives know and use this point as an argument against the statistic that in this country, the number one cause of death of children is gun violence. It's because if you say that to a conservative, they will reply, oh, no, but that stat counts up to the age of 17, and the majority of those deaths are gang-related violence of teenage kids. And it's like, oh, so their lives don't matter all of a sudden, but also that clearly denotes the fact that they know what is actually causing the crime. People get involved with organized crime for the same reasons they do other kinds of crime. Money. They need money. They can't afford to live. What about school shootings? Well, that one is directly tied in with, well, there are a lot of ways in which economic anxiety can cause a school shooting, let's be real, but there are a lot of other social factors that most of them involve, let's be real, right-wing radicalization. Most school shooters end up either being a Nazi, far-right, or an incel, or like they did it because they were bullied. or just overall, they're just mentally ill. Just downright mentally ill. Like, yeah, that's not really... That's not really tied to the same factors, I feel. But, you know.
Yeah,
this is just murders right here.
Right.
You have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
I mean, crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is a massive connection, lead paint, lead gasoline predominantly affecting poor and lower income people, which probably did contribute to some of the increase in volatility in that
Well,
kind of instance.
I completely agree. I read that report. It was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere, crime started to drop. But that would also make the argument that it's not poverty driving crime. It was like chemical imbalance or something.
It's both. It's absolutely both.
Well, I think it would play a role. Like the lead would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it was in the air. And yeah, so it's impacting everyone.
It depresses brain function and things like that.
True. But I think public policy has a huge impact as well because, again, we saw...
Well, lead in your system also increases aggression and reduces decision making. It has several long-term effects that increase the likelihood of becoming a criminal. And a violent one on top of that. But like, there are so many ways you could attack this argument, but it's wrong on several different levels. This is one of those topics that I've actually done a fair amount of research on, like kind of like obsessively so, because I've debated it a few times. All of like the sociological and criminological consensus is clear that crime is not caused by brown people living near white people. That is what they're suggesting, but the criminological consensus is that that is not what causes crime. It may be mind-blowing and hard to believe, but the consensus among criminologists is not that diversity equals crime. They would have you believe that that is the case, though, or they would have you believe that the criminologists and sociologists and all the experts are scared and threatened by the woke mob into presenting results that aren't true to support the woke. That's the narrative they're pushing now. Actually, the reason why all the evidence disagrees with us is because the woke mob has threatened all the experts into agreeing with them. So that's why facts don't agree with us now. They spent years saying all the studies and facts and basic science agree with them, and then the left was like, wait, no it doesn't, look. And they were like, all the experts have been bullied by you woke libs. And it's like, okay.
All a dramatic crime. This crime wave started in the 1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder, on average, was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like, this created a problem because we just...
Ancient Greece, Rome, and Persia identified crime as a result of poverty. This is 2,000 years of precedent and 200 years of unnatural capitalism. No, absolutely. Like, you can literally look at ancient stories, like literally stuff from prior to the discovering of the Americas, writings and decrees that just outright, without a like shadow of a doubt or shame, because we're talking about times when there was like serfs and lords, where it was like the lord owns the land and is the boss of you, and you can't do anything about it because he's got an army that will come and like cut your head off and put them on pikes if you revolt against him. So like there are literally writings from said lords where they're just outright like, yeah, so we really got to find a way to at least slightly increase the quality of living for the villains, as they would call them. For those that don't know, the term villain actually refers to poor people. Like, it's actually Old English for poor people, like homeless people, poor people. That's where the term villain comes from. That's what villain means. So they would say, yes, we need a... wow, yeah, it should not surprise you, right? Literally going back centuries, we have demonized the concept of being poor. Like, poor people have been demonized for a very long time. So basically, even then, they acknowledged the fact that poverty leads to crime. Back when they didn't have any reason to say that because no one was the boss of them. They were lords. They were kings. They were like bishops and shit. They literally had the fleeing to the city from the farm to sue to monopolization of land by aristocrats. They literally had you fucked up that grammar there. I can't understand what you're saying.
Weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with a mass incarceration solution, which by the way did work, and all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
No, I mean,
wrong.
mass incarceration, we incarcerate more people than any other country.
We have the highest rate of violent crime for any modern Western country.
I mean, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still, so how does that?
Wait, hold on. What? We have the highest crime rates of any modern Western country? Is that even a real statistic? Because I'm pretty sure Western country isn't really classified in that way, right? Highest crime rate modern Western country. Let's see if he's quoting something like Breitbart or something like that. So it comes up as like a Canadian like criminology article about how America's policing problem transcends race even. Anti-death penalty stuff. Yeah, there is absolutely nothing coming up here that backs that up. The only thing that I would guess would like cause that inflation would be gun violence, which, as we know, because of guns, our violent crime here in America, while it isn't particularly numerous, it is particularly deadly, which is why they're bringing up homicide rates. In a lot of other countries, because there's so few guns, most violent crime tends not to be fatal. But here in America, we have such, 14 guns per person, right? Like for every one person, there's 14 guns in this country. So much of the violent crime is so effective and so fatal that you have a higher homicide rate, right, as a direct result.
Connect to the mass incarceration point. If it worked, then what does the violent crime rate have to do with it? You just want to warehouse more people?
No, I didn't say, when I say it worked, we started expanding the prison population seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s. If you go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization, they say post the year 2000, mass incarceration lost its effectiveness. But most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it has some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about...
Well, incarceration works insofar as if you have all the criminals locked up, then they're not outside doing crime. But if your goal is for incarceration to act as rehabilitation, to take in criminals and put out people ready to become productive members of society that can actually have a chance of putting their lives back together, that is not the effect that mass incarceration has had. In fact, for-profit prisons, which are one of the biggest causes of mass incarceration, and the incentives for longer stays in said prisons, because, hey, look, it's just it's all paid for by the taxpayer, right? Basically encourages that. Encourages, harsher sentences, particularly, oftentimes, due to bias, which has been shown to exist, and this is a consensus among criminologists, in the court system. Oh, you better believe in the court system, white and black people have it very differently, with a lot of crimes. Holy shit. I think the statistic is a black person who has been accused of committing murder against a white person is several times more likely to get the death penalty than vice versa. Several times more likely to get the death penalty than vice versa. Than if a white person murdered a black person. That white person is not anywhere near as likely to get the death penalty than a black person who did the same thing but to a white person. And that's just one example. And that is indisputable, overwhelming consensus.
About 30%. And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually...
The reason why we have such high recidivism rates in this country, that's what that's called, by the way, recidivism. That's when you get out of prison after committing a crime and you go right back in because you commit another one. The reason for that is in this country, if you go to jail or you go to prison, you need to become a criminal to survive. If somebody is falsely accused of a crime and goes into prison or jail falsely and they didn't commit any crimes, by the time they get out, they will be a criminal. There's not a single person who was innocent that went into prison and didn't come out a criminal. The reason for that is that you pretty much have to be a criminal and break the law to survive in prison. Because if you're, for example, a snitch, you may be killed. That'll happen. Zanny, you forgot about Chelsea Manning? What are we talking about? What? Why? What? I've seen people who purposefully did things to go back to prison the same day they were released, Sanderhall. People don't feel prepared for regular life after being in prison. That happens, but that's not very common. All right, the point that I'm making is that we have a system in our prisons where you have to become a criminal to survive in there. You really have to. If you don't know what I mean, you can literally look up any video documenting what it's like to be in an American prison in modern day. There are, like, a lot of interviews. There are shows where they put hidden cameras in prisons. There are testimony. There are articles about it. There are plenty of things that talk about this, okay? You have to become a criminal to survive in prison. So coming out of prison, the chances of being able to get out of that life, so to say, especially considering the fact that, frankly, coming out of prison, the best opportunities you have are in the criminal world, considering, like, what that does to your hireability. Yeah, if you go to prison once or jail once, for a lot of people, that's basically just a death knell for them to be a criminal for life. Because the ability to climb out of that, it's not common. Oh my god, my eye is twitching. Oh, I must not have gotten enough sleep. It's not common to get out of that. It's a pretty fucked situation. It tends to become a loop that just feeds into itself and sends you deeper, right? That's why we have such high recidivism rates here. There are a lot of other countries, such as Finland, for example, that have very different, like, prisons, right? But if we ever tried suggesting treating murderers the way they do in Finland, conservatives would shit their pants. But unfortunately, if you want the type of crime rates and the type of happiness rates you get in a place like Finland, you need to make the type of reforms to the system like they have in Finland. Let's look at a tour really quickly, actually, because this is I don't know if we can watch much more of this because this is going on for so long. So since they seem to really be talking about crime, and why not talk about crime? Let's look at what a Finnish prison looks like. Finland prison murderer. Yeah, this is from Insider News. I think I've seen this one. This one, bro, this is a look at, like, probably not the standard of what incarceration is like in Finland. I feel like this is way too, like, idyllic and utopian for this to be, like, the bog standard of how incarceration goes in Finland. I feel like this has to be, like, you've really demonstrated you're on good behavior, which is, of course, like, what you want, right? But the fact that this is an option, if you show that you're actually, like, willing to be a cooperative, like, penitent, like, reformative person in incarceration, I think it's nice this is possible. So let's watch this. Prisoners in Finland live in open prisons where they learn tech skills.
This man is serving a life sentence for murder.
I'm sorry, I'm a little body conscious, as you can see. I've gained a few pounds.
A dip in the frozen lake behind the prison is part of his regular workout routine.
No problem. It's okay. Okay.
I like how it kind of, like...
Welcome to life.
I like how the camera there just kind of, like, hovered on his cock for a minute. Like, the cameraman was just, like, hovering over his cock. Listen, you gotta get the, you gotta, like, raise your watch time with both demographic groups in the YouTube algorithm, right? Because the demographics in YouTube will tell you how many of your audience are women and how many are men. Trying to increase that women demographic watch time on Insider News, I see.
One of Finland's open prisons.
Yeah, there is like a, to be fair, there is like a gene that women have that, like, makes them attracted to murderers and serial killers. I don't know what it is, but like the man and then man serial killer and the women are soy facing meme is 100% true. It's completely true. That incel meme is so spot on. It's so fucking true. I guess I don't have that gene. Yeah. You're just scared because I'm calling y'all out.
There are no cell blocks here, just dormitories. Inmates come and go in their own cars. When Matty isn't at the nearby university campus, he's in his dorm room, studying for a career in tech.
Some entrepreneurship books, marketing books, user experience, all kinds of digital and IT studies.
And we have this kind of normality principle that prisoners should be treated equally, even though they are prisoners, but they should have access to same services and rights as other citizens.
In recent years, Finland has been named the happiest and safest country in the world.
Oh shit, yeah. I'll have to
Citizens
check that out.
here enjoy generous public benefits, universal.
Donate to me so I can buy a metric fuck ton of games, please. If the Steam summer sale has started, please donate lots of money to me so I can afford a lot of games with like a very small amount of money. What kind of deals are we seeing on the Steam summer sale this year?
Healthcare, subsidized daycare for children, and free college tuition. Promotional.
Yeah, no, conservatives would literally like actually start marching in the streets and killing like Democrat voters if like a Democrat won and tried to like make these reforms. Like the Republicans would literally get their guns and take to the streets. They would die before they'd see these changes come to this country.
Films like this, produced by Finland's Criminal Sanctions Agency, document how prisoners are eased back into society, with work opportunities and help from counsellors. And the incarceration rate here is one of the lowest in Europe, a quarter of what it was in 1950. In Finland,
Wow.
only 1 in 3 former convicts ends up back in prison.
Wow, it's almost like if you have a good reformative incarceration system that takes in criminals and spits out productive members of society, very few of them tend to go back to prison and remain lifelong prisoners. And hey, this stat accounts for, like, when this guy here, the 1 in 3, go back in again, then 1 in 3 still get out. So like there's plenty of people who are like who are in this third category, this 1 in 3, who end up going like to prison twice, but then they end up getting their life together, right? Like this system works. It does. Reformative incarceration works.
Prison. Compare that to the United States, where 2 out of 3 get locked up again within 2 years of release. A 2018 bill included sentencing reforms meant to reduce what is referred to as recidivism. But they
Yep, this was actually something that Donald Trump passed, and a big reason why in prison, a large amount of prisoners actually like Trump. Donald Trump did pass quite a few bills for popularity reasons to like improve the quality of life of prisoners, and quite a few of them to be able to get out early, depending on how much time they've served. I don't remember the exact specifics, but it was like if you'd served, if you had over a 10-year sentence and you'd served 10 of it, you'd been on good behavior, plus some other shit, you could get out early. Good shit. It was actually good shit. It wasn't Trump's idea. It was just shit that he signed because it would make him popular. But, yeah, I mean, good, you know? Like, I'm glad.
They only apply to inmates in federal custody. Just 10% of the 2.3 million people incarcerated in the US. Critics say the 2018 reforms are only a small first step and fall far short of the kind of meaningful change Finland is so proud of. The scale, of course, is different. Today there are fewer than 3,000 in the Finnish prison system. The number of people behind bars in the US is equal to half of Finland's total population. A reimagining of what prison looks like here started nearly 70.
Wow. Our prison population is half of Finland's population. That slide was anti-America. We need to invade it. True.
20 years ago, when this Scandinavian nation began building one of the most humane systems in the world. In some of the latest steps, Finland's Criminal Sanctions Agency is investing heavily in technology training.
The first topic is what is AI? Then the second topic, problem solving.
Actual,
with
like,
AI.
good, like, valuable jobs.
And building a state-of-the-art smart prison for women. And even testing VR to provide an escape from the drab walls and fluorescent lighting of Turku, Finland's highest security closed prison. Mika, who is 10...
Like, yeah, also, you have to remember, as grim as this might seem, you have to remember it's Finland. They're practically in the Arctic. So even if they did let this guy outside, let's just say the air-conditioned room and the VR is probably going to be a better experience than going outside in Finland.
10 years into a 15-year sentence, is walking through a 3D forest.
I see that Steam VR.
He appreciates the chance to interact with VR technology and learn the basics of working with computers.
Sanotaan lisään vielä tämän verran, että tämmöisiä vankeja, ketä on välillä käynyt vapaana ja tullut takaisin, niin on sanonut ihan suoraan, että ei siellä pärjää, niin kun siellä on niin paljon erilaista. Kaikki on niin paljon tietokoneistettua, että olisi hyvä saada sitä oppia.
We try to educate the prisoners to use digital services in a meaningful way so that it would really help them to rehabilitate, that help them to take care of themselves and take care of their daily affairs and the kind of things, the kind of skills that you need when you reintegrate back to society.
Now Finland is investing in the infrastructure.
They actually care about a significant portion of their population. Or actually, the funny thing is, the incarcerated population of Finland is an infinitesimally small amount of their population. It was higher, but of course the crime rates drop proportionally with the amount of positive reforms they've made. So at this point, they uphold these reforms and these high qualities of living and these systems and these programs and continue to iterate on them to make them better, despite the fact that the percentage of their population that is incarcerated is minuscule. A minuscule total number of people and a minuscule portion of their population, and they still treat them this well, and it continues to improve the problem and shrink the amount of people who are incarcerated. And not only that, here in America, they just completely forego a massive portion of our population. The amount of people incarcerated in this country, as mentioned before, is equal to half the population of Finland. I'm sure our incarcerated population well exceeds the population of many countries. And that many Americans are just, go fuck yourself. Like, we would kill you if we could, as far as the U.S. government is concerned. And certainly, as far as most conservatives are concerned.
To support that readjustment, a €34 million prison that many hope will set the standard for the future. No bars, glass windows, an internet connection in every room, and small touches meant for comfort.
This is our specialty.
Oh, that's better than a lot of college dorm rooms.
Yes.
When it opens in this fall, the brand new facility in Hämeenlinna is expected to be Europe's most high-tech women's prison. But just across the road, a reminder of the past. The old facility, built in 1972, once housed both men and
Let's
women.
See how familiar this
it
looks
shut down
to
in
America.
2019
Wow,
after
an American
years of
prison.
disrepair, mold, and other reasons.
I like how this is just straight up an American prison. Like, you're gonna look at what they considered like the old-fashioned, abandoned, like museum of an old prison they've long since left behind, and it just looks like a modern American prison. They consider the way that we do things barbaric.
This was before toilet.
What the fuck? I'm on the verge of tears. It's wild how many Americans actually haven't even been exposed to the reality of, like, how good it is in the countries that put in place the policies the left supports. Like, we don't even just have America as an example of how many bad things happen when the right is in control. We have places like Finland and Sweden to point to as examples of what happens when the good people are in control.
And where did they empty it?
I take this and the smell was terrible.
And just a few minutes' drive away, a relic built in the 19th century and modelled on the American style of prison that is still widely in use today.
Sorry, that last prison was more modern than this one, which is actually just an American modern-day prison. They have Christmas lights on the railing. Yeah, I like how even in Finland they put Christmas lights up and celebrated Christmas in their prison. Their 19th century... Oh my god. Oracle Zan? Real.
Cell blocks arranged in a radial floor plan.
They did have
prisoners
suicide
living
nets.
in solitary confinement. This one is a museum now, preserved to show just how hard prison life here used to be. For Matti, the road to reform has led him to a career that he would never have dreamed of before.
They get like outside
He connected
time.
with Reactor, a digital agency that designs online education courses. When they
like the prisoners, if they're really well behaved, get like during their sentence designated amounts of outside time where they get to like leave the prison and go do things and come back at like a set time. And if they obviously, I imagine they lose those privileges if they don't come back at the right time. So they're probably, you know, they have to be very responsible with it. But like, could you imagine that? Like being well behaved enough that you get to take a field trip to like go like get a snack at your favorite restaurant and just have a day to like be free again and like go back as like a bit of a vacation like once a month or once every other week. Prison is basically their apartment. Yeah, because the purpose isn't to punish retributively and torture people as a punishment for committing crime. It's a recognition of the fact that the state should not have the authority to torture and kill you because you broke its rules. But to recognize that it is very imperative that everybody follow those rules for society to function. So we need to put them into a safe, controlled environment where they're not miserable, they're not being tortured, they're not being killed, but they are controlled and they're not able to hurt anybody, and they can be rehabilitated and given the skills they need to participate in society and help make society better. Not be a group of people that we hatefully scorn and send off to rot and die in a hole and maybe be let out. But when they do come back out into society and be criminals or be poor, another two groups of people that we demonize and despise in this country, and then right back in again. Crazy how like reform, like leftist reform, tends to have positive effects on everything across the board.
They heard he was participating in this story. They invited him to give some feedback on the program.
I'm eager to hear, like, what did you think about the first course? What was your general impression about it?
It was shown quite simply what is AI, what isn't AI. So that was really good, and kind of like show that it's not about magic.
Seeing him in this meeting, it's easy to forget that Matti is still serving out his sentence for murder. In that time, he hopes to complete a university degree and start a business.
One way to get
starting a business while serving time
employed is, of course, self-employment. So, and a lot of prisoners have already the entrepreneurial mindset.
Based on Matti's recommendation,
they basically put you through business school. Like part of being in prison, like they put you through essentially business school for free. So that when you come out, you literally like, you've got like quite a bit of experience. And you can even get like additional degrees. In like a very safe, controlled, and like productive, conducive to education environment, you know?
Reactor is planning to add an entrepreneurship course to the prison curriculum.
It has like enforced my trust in also like this Finnish prison system, where like giving chances to put people like you, like it's awesome.
After the meeting, Matti heads back to Louka prison. But he is excited for the future.
Reminder, in this country, felons can't even vote. Think about that. We take away felons' right to vote. Many of you on surface level, you think about that and you don't even like, you don't even think about it for a second. You're just like, yeah, done. Of course you would. Like, you wouldn't want criminals to be able to vote. But really think about it for a minute. Why? Why would it be bad for felons to have the right to vote? Yeah, like, what are they going to do? Vote for the crime party? They're going to vote in pro-crime laws? Like, what? But you could still be president even if you're a felon, too. That's the thing. Yeah, it's just very blatant. It's very blatant. Not to mention, and the reason why, hey, do you guys know the reason why you can't vote if you're a felon? You guys know why, right? You guys know why. Let me bring it up word for word. In 1863, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then therein henceforward and forever free. Nonetheless, the Emancipation Proclamation did not end slavery in the nation, since it only applied to areas of the Confederacy currently in the state of rebellion, and not even the loyal border states that remained in the Union. Go down a little bit, go down a little bit. Neither slavery nor involuntary, this is the word for word of the amendment, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. That's right. The 13th Amendment downright says, word for word, slavery is not allowed except as a punishment for crime. Legally, prisoners in this country are actual, unironic slaves.
At the beginning of my sentence,
which is why they do not have the right to vote,
I thought that there can only be negative things in being in prison, that basically life is over. But I think you should give people a chance. That's the most important thing.
Very good. I agree with that message. Conservatives do not, though. Tim Pool does not. And I really do like how Emma did here. I'm so sad I stunlocked so hard and talked so much over it because we're only 23 minutes in and it's 2.5 hours long. We got to cut it off here because, you know, we can't watch it all. I'll definitely finish it, though, off stream because I really do think she did well so far. And I'm curious to see how much so she wipes the floor with Tim. But yeah, thank you for watching. That was a good segment. What do y'all think of that? 1912 was the first election to have someone in prison run for president, and he was a socialist as well. His name was Eugene V. Debs. Cool. Very good Sego, yeah. What happened to the Bluesky invite? SMH? Now is the time, I think. Thank you for reminding me. Are y'all ready? I expect to see a new face on Bluesky. I have copied the code. For those that don't know, Bluesky is the newest, most promising Twitter alternative. A lot of lefty figures that you probably know are on it. Keffels, Vosh, AOC's on it. Like, pretty much everybody is moving to it if they fucking hate Twitter. It requires a code invite to get on there. It's made by Jack Dorsey, the guy who made Twitter. It is basically just Twitter, but without Elon. That's literally what it is. So get Bluesky open. You've got 10 seconds before I paste the code into chat, okay? You're going to copy paste it exactly as it appears in chat, all right? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's see who got it. That's not bait. That's the code. Let's see who gets it. I'll refresh the page and it'll tell me whether or not I have one invite code available. Oh, it says 0. Yeah! You know Alexia 2001 registered with the Bluesky code. There we go. Who is that in chat? Let's see. Who is that in chat that got it? Who got it? Who got it? Announce yourself. Who got it? Come on, we want to see a reaction. Probably a bot, lol? No, I'm most certainly not a bot. Lol, if it was some hate watcher, that'd be funny. Who got it? Victoria? Yeah, Victoria got it. Let's go. Nice. Make sure to follow me on Bluesky. Yeah, you followed me. Nice. Okay, perfect. There we go. We got our first code giveaway done. Now, like, once you've gotten, like, I already got one code and now I've gotten 2. So I have a feeling that it's going to be like a shorter and shorter period of time between codes getting generated, especially as they update the platform more. They'll start generating people more codes at a time. So hopefully soon we'll be able to do like 1 code giveaway per stream. That would be pretty dope. Yo, please get me a next. Yeah, my next code that generates, I'm going to give it to a pillow. But it shouldn't be long till I get my 4th code. So my 3rd code that I get that generates, that's going to a pillow because a pillow's my friend. I'm sorry, chat, but if I'd known a pillow, I already had promised that I was going to give this one away. So that's why I did that. But if I knew a pillow didn't have a code and wasn't on Bluesky before that, I wouldn't have promised it until I was like ready to give you guys a code, and I wouldn't have gotten your hopes up. But next one goes to a pillow. Yeah. I feel like that's fair. I promised you guys the code first, so you guys get this code. A pillow gets the next code, and then we're back to doing the giveaways after that. That seems pretty fair to me. YouTube chat, we need to rise up. No, you don't. How often do you get them now? I mean, I got this one like roughly 2 weeks after I got the last, but I got the first one like a month after I got the, I got on the platform. So it's like, it seems like it's sort of exponentially getting to be, the longer you're on the platform, the more often codes generate, I think. I'm pretty certain that's how it works, so pretty cool. Pretty pog. Anyway, I'm going to read some donos, and I'm going to wrap up stream, and then I'm going to get on FF14. Ha-ha! Whoa! I'm not a rapper. I'm not a rapper, I promise. I know I've got bars, but I'm not a rapper. So... Alright. If you want to join my FF14 Grand Company, which I highly recommend you do, because the game is free. Like, literally, download the FF14 free trial, make an account. You don't even need to put in any payment info. They don't even ask you for any payment info. You can literally play for hundreds of hours for free. They put in, like, the first 2 expansions. Wait, what's in the game? All right. I'm going to drop the link in chat. If you want to join FF14, it's a free game. It's for PC and PlayStation. It's an MMORPG, and it's fantastic. I'm going to play the opening cinematic of A Realm Reborn again, which people who've seen it will not complain about seeing it again, believe me. Ho ho. And those who haven't seen it will get an idea. I'll explain the story behind it, and I'll explain like what the hype is going into this. But yeah, here's the link to the Discord. I've seen it like hundreds of times. Yeah, and you'll probably watch it 100 more times in your own time. A Realm Reborn cinematic. Here it is. So, here's the thing with FF14 Online. It initially released a long time ago, and it was awful. Low budget, chunky, graphically horrible. It was open world at least, like fully open world, like in the same way WoW is. But it was very... It's called Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, and it was just a janky, broken mess of a dead MMO. And so what Square Enix did is they put Final Fantasy XIV in the hands of a man by the name of Yoshi P, who, by the way, I want you all to know, said trans rights in a pretty based way, I learned. My friend Balth, who's a big FF14 player, actually read me a quote from Yoshi P, the lead guy behind FF14 nowadays, who said about his decision to add cross-dressing to the game that he... do you want me to grab it for you? Absolutely, Balth. Thank you. Yeah, they added cross-dressing to the game some years ago, and he explained his reasoning, and his reasoning was based as fuck. The game has a very large LGBT, particularly trans audience and player base. There are regularly scheduled pride parties on a lot of the servers, including the one we're playing on. Like if it's a weekend tonight and you're standing in Limsa Laminza, you'll see like a guy running around the capital city screaming "Pride party at this address," because like there's player housing in the game, and you get to like customize your own house and decorate it and build it and have gardens and all that cool stuff. And you can invite people in there and throw parties. There are brothels, there are bars. People make Denny's and Catboy IHOPs and shit. But you can have your house, and you can throw a party there. So there are very common LGBT like pride parties in game all the fucking time. Yeah, there's tons of Catboy IHOPs, and the way they do the player housing is that there are like layered instances of like the neighborhoods, but there are a set amount of them. There are different wards, right? But there's a set amount of houses. You don't just like get a house. There are a set amount of houses, period. And you have to like bid for them in a raffle. And it costs tens of millions of gold. And there are different like plot sizes and everything. And me and my now massive grand company, which we're trying to grow by bringing in more people, we're trying to afford the largest possible house size, so that we can throw fucking ragers and have just the biggest fucking guild. Here's the thing, though. If you make a character, the rules are, if it's a new character you're making to play with us and not an already existing one you've already leveled, you need to name it something Striker. Like something as your first name, whatever you choose, and the last name Striker. Free company means a guild, like in WoW. This game is way better than WoW. I'm sorry, as a WoW fanboy through and through, been playing WoW since one of my earliest memories is playing a Tauren shaman, killing Kodos in Mulgore. It's just better than WoW. It just is. It's just better than WoW. FF14 is just simply better than WoW. What game is this? I will explain in a minute. So basically what they did is because FF14 Online 1.0 was so bad, they put it in the hands of Yoshi P, who then decided he was going to overhaul the game, like entirely, like basically create a whole new game and replace that game. But his way of doing it was going to be part of the story. He decided he was going to wipe the entire slate clean and create a whole new story on top of said new slate. And a whole new game, frankly, you know, new engine, everything. And his way of, like, working that into the story was to do basically the Fortnite Meteor event and the Fortnite black hole event way before Fortnite ever did it. For those that don't know, the Fortnite meteor event's a reference to this because in the story there's like a giant moon in the sky that has a big dragon imprisoned in it, and super fantasy world fascists are trying to break it free so it'll like airstrike the nation that you're part of, that they're at war with and trying to conquer. And like narratively they're like, this giant battle happens and the fascists come, they're going to break open the moon and drop this dragon onto the nation. And so all of the greatest heroes of the nations, all of like the leaders are all fighting in this big battle, and that's the players too, and you fail. The players fail, the good guys fail, the heroes fail. The bad guys just straight up win. And they literally cause the apocalypse. And it sets humanity back technologically quite a bit. Wipes everybody's memory for some reasons I don't know in the story yet. The story is very good in this. And a bunch of other cool stuff. Anyway, if you were in game when the moon slowly approached and it actually reached the day that they were shutting down the servers, if you were in game when the servers shut down, the game suddenly faded out and this cinematic played. A lot of Fortnite's like live events were inspired by what Square Enix did with this. This is one of the first live events as we know them in gaming. This happened over a decade ago. Yeah, this is what WoW Cataclysm should have been. These are all the capital cities. Join the guild. Download this game's free trial. This is FF14, Final Fantasy 14 Online. Yeah, WoW needs something like this. Yeah, this is my first Final Fantasy game, but they're anthology games, so none of them are connected. Outside of like references like Chocobos and shit. Yeah, now you made a warrior. This is also showcasing the classes you can play as at the start of the game. You unlock more classes as you go. So insanely animated, which I guess is part of what a lot of people like about it. Imagine being in game when this happened. Just start playing. You're like, my items. Oh, my headset's quiet as fuck. Yeah, it's Bahamut. It's gonna be really bad for the economy. The Discord link again. He sends them into the future. Here comes a meme. You'll recognize this GIF. You've seen this on Twitter as a GIF. Alright. So, that is where the game ended. This fade to white. Game closes. Final Fantasy 14's over. Final Fantasy 14 1.0 was over. Like, the game was just down. The servers were down. It was over. It was like the Fortnite media or Black Hole event. You just couldn't play the game anymore. It was done. And then, like 4 months later, it's all one big trailer in this video. 4 months later, they dropped this YouTube video trailer on their channel. Those characters got teleported 5 years in the future. And that, if you download FF14 today, is where the story starts. If you start playing now on the free trial. Or if you just buy the game as well. Like, you have to play through the full story. It's a full, very well-constructed, like, narrative, beginning to end, in an MMO world. It's awesome. Anyway, here's the trailer for A Realm Reborn, which is where you would start now in Final Fantasy. The new world they built. I always love a good reset in a game. I haven't done Chocobo Racing yet. Limza! Oh yeah, these are characters in the story. Catgirl. These two. Ida and Papilamo. I can't ever pronounce his name, I'm sorry. Papalimo. Nah, I've seen trees, like, I've seen a lot of controlled burns turn areas green again pretty fast. Also magic. It's like Ice Crown from Warcraft 3. So I always think when I see that. Yo, they're in the future. I like the implication that their chocobos survived the apocalypse and 5 years later are still loyal to them. Download this shit. It's free. Literally hundreds of hours of content for free. And trust me, you'll get addicted to as fuck to this game. Enjoy it, and you'll end up buying the full version. It's really good, and the prices are way more like affordable than WoW, and the game's better than WoW. And you know, as a WoW fanboy, it hurts to say, but I have to tell you guys the truth. We're building a big ol' guild. It's called Strike Force. Your last name, if you make a new character, needs to be Striker. Join that Discord. I'm going to drop another link to join the Discord. All the info on how to join is there. However, if you're looking for what server and shard to play on, you need to make sure you play on the shard. I think it's a shard. The data center Crystal and the server Marlborough. That is what we're on. You want to make sure you're on the same one as us, okay? So with that said, check it out. I'll probs join on Tuesday. All right, a pillow. Hopefully we can see you hop on. All right. With that said, though, hopefully a bunch of you join because we're trying to get in as many new people as possible. I'm actually curious, how many new people joined? Let's see. Okay, it looks like we've got a fair amount of new people hopping in. But yeah, I mean, we've got like maybe half a dozen, maybe a little more than half a dozen people who've joined so far. But yeah, please consider hopping in there. Hit that Discord link. I'll drop it in chat once more. I'll drop it in YouTube chat as well if any of you want to try to get into the guild from YouTube chat. Twitch chat, I'll also drop it into. This game is free. Download the free trial. Ask for links to the free trial and help to get it installed if you can't figure it out yourself in the Discord. People will help you. And, yeah. Wait, it's a sub? It is a sub thing, but, like, the free trial is literally free. Like, just go get the free trial, download it, and play through it. It's very, very content-filled. You can literally play for hundreds of hours in just the free trial. So even if you never end up buying the game, you'll take a long time to hit that wall. There's no play time gating. It's just like at a set point after Heaven's Word, which is the second expansion, it's like, all right, now you got to pay. And that's the point where it's like shit gets real. Like I imagine they leave you on like a big cliffhanger at the end of Heaven's Word too. And it's like, holy fuck. I got to buy the full version so I can find out what happens next. But yeah, unlike WoW, if you're like experienced with that as your MMO of choice, FF14 focuses extremely hard on telling a very cohesive story. You can buy the game off Steam. I wouldn't recommend it. I highly recommend you get the game from Square Enix's website. Stream dying? Yeah, it looks like it is. I'm going to read donos and wrap up because it looks like the internet's kind of fucking up. It's a blessing it lasted as long as it did. Seems to maybe be repairing itself, but I'm going to read donos and wrap up because it is a blessing. It is a blessing the internet has lasted as long as it has. So we're gonna wrap up the stream with these donos. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Morgan Grail. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Says Dick Gang. Hell yeah, Dick Gang. We love Dick Gang. Dick Gang. Puffle Cakes, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Victoria. Base, you got the code, so you get a tier 1 sub too. Says congratulations, Hugspin. Hell yeah, congratulations, Victoria. Big Dirk Energy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Base says, this donation is simply because you have my exact take on gun control. Based, thank you. I really do need to emphasize that Democrats need to basically do exactly what Republicans do with immigration. Like, the Republicans virtue signal so much about how much they are fine with legal immigration, but the Democrats downright demonize legal gun owners that are safe with shit tons of cultural stereotypes and also actively fight to take away their right to have or buy guns. It's ugh. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Base gun control takes. Avalon of Babylon, thank you for the tier 1 sub, says, if sin is real, eating dry ramen is one of them. No, it is not. You literally cannot knock it till you try it. I swear to God, if you follow my steps of making some gourmet dry ramen, you will literally never go back. You'll never go back. It's true. Gourmet dry ramen. Okay. Thank you, Avalon of Avalon. Heavy Gretel, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Gifted it to Bisu Do, sent a heart. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. And then also, Heavy Gretel sent a tier 1 gift sub to Tyrannax. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You are very kind, very based. All right. Y'all ready? Yeah, uncooked ramen. That's what I'm talking about. Dry, uncooked ramen. Just crunch on it. Stoner chips. All right, everybody. With all that said, y'all have been amazing. You've been awesome. You've been poggers. You've been epic. I can't think of any other positive adjectives to describe you guys by, but I promise you all that I love you all. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. If I don't stay up all night playing Final Fantasy XIV, I almost certainly will. Then I should stream in the morning. But if I sleep in a bunch, then expect to stream either in the early, ideally, or late afternoon, not ideally. We'll see what happens, though. With all that said, thank you for watching, and have a, and Cy Webb said in YouTube chat, a Xanderific day. Doo-doo fart. Wait, first I have to host somebody. I almost forgot. I almost forgore. Do not leave just yet. I must host. I must host somebody. I almost forgore. Who's live right now that I should host? Ooh. Yeah, we'll host into Pixel Smixel. She's pretty based. I think she can handle the Zan host. Go send some love. Go say some positive shit. I'll drop a link in the chat. You guys can go say Zan raid and all that. Thank you, thank you. All right, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.